which it feels a bit early to call them the final nail in a coffin moment, but ultimately, as our history will say, this was just no coming back for Aurora.
No, but listen, Maui said it, right? A clinical T-side, and I think we have a couple of examples of that. I love the pace coming out from Astralis. The first buy round, you know, buy versus buy, they instantly go into an inner bomb side execute, right? They just jump down, use the Mach 10, use the speed, use the pace, and completely over-rumble Aurora. I think that's a nice way of starting. If you're Hooksy, again, you can play with no pressure. You can play, I guess, a very pacey style of Counter-Strike, and you simplify it to a point where all of the players don't have to make an awful lot of decisions. You just go with whatever Hooksy is saying, and then you execute on it, and they did it with style.
They did it through a lot of smokes. That was something that felt like, I think, 3 T-side openers, at least for Astralis, in that half. There's a guy that's walking through his smoke. They're catching an Aurora player off guard. They had some just great angles, great timings. They just completely disrespected the utility of Aurora. Whatever they did in the prep for this kind of matchup was fantastic. And I mean, you can't count on this. Magisk, perfect crosshair placement to get the kill here. Couldn't even have set that one up better. And again, a little bit of a smoke push. Goes through the 2-train smoke right there and is able to get the timing on Major. And I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe Major could not see him as he was coming out the other side of it.
The fun part is Astralis themselves couldn't believe it. I don't know if it was Hooksy or Device saying, how did that work, you know? How on earth did that work, you know, when Magisk was clutching it out? Obviously, they were hyping him up, but they were also questioning, how on earth did you pull that off? They couldn't believe it either, but that's what it took for Astralis. You said it came out of nowhere. Took Stair to have one of the best performances ever. Took Hooksy to have one of his best performances ever, and then it took Magisk to show up once more. You know, I gotta say it, I think he's really done a good job so far for Astralis, keeping, I guess, his dreams of still being a professional Counter-Strike player at a high level alive, but also keeping Astralis alive at the tournament.
I know hindsight is 20/20, but like it didn't feel like in the moment pushing the smoke was the right call for Magisk in that moment. Like 9 out of 10 times, he should have died, surely.
We have the X-rays. We see that it was the bad play. like that was not supposed to work out. It's just that somehow in Major's POV, he probably saw a glimpse of him, maybe a pixel on the bottom of his screen. However he did it, Magisk, it's like he squished his own player model to get small. I don't think you can go prone in Counter-Strike, but that's what he did to sneak past him there.
I mean, you mentioned Major. He was having a rough map. Let's be real, particularly when we moved on over to that CT side. I feel like Astralis were really, really trying to punish him in this one.
Yeah, Major, I think he was caught off guard 2 or 3 times where he's like late into the round. You have Astralis coming off from Ivy, you have Astralis coming off from T-Main, and you know, just a moment before Major, he's holding an angle and then he starts moving, and then he's like walking into the aim of the Astralis players. So perhaps a little bit more patience from Major would have helped him to get some more kills. I don't want to pinpoint it towards him either, because I think Jota had an abysmal showing as well.
Yeah.
Was nowhere to be found on the server. Whenever players were coming towards him, you'd like him at the very least to do some damage or to get some information or to maybe get a kill. He really delivered nothing. So a CT side, when you're playing on the Aurora side, when you have a weak link in both Major and Jota, it's very tough to lock down a side, whether that's inside or outside.
I would give some of the credit to Hooksy, though, because, again, we saw the B play where they come down the ramp through the smoke. There was a time when they pushed Ivy around a smoke as well. They were catching Aurora just off guard because Astralis played like they really, really wanted that one, and they didn't care if there was utility in their face or anything. If it was just standard CS and Aurora just held their smokes, they would have won that game. But always high-level CS, you're trying to think of what the next move is when you deploy that sort of blocking utility, and so Astralis just didn't care. They honestly were like, we're going to execute this plan regardless if we look dumb or not, but they came out the better.
Against all the odds, we do find ourselves on the precipice of a third. That third map will be Mirage, and our sponsor odds are still favoring slightly the side of Aurora. Do you think that's accurate, though, after, you know, that absolute blowout on their pick of train, no less? Do you think they have the ability to come back?
Yeah, I do. You know, I am a bit worried on behalf of Aurora. You know, when you look at the tournament as a whole, I don't think they played their best brand of Counter-Strike pretty much at any point, so that worries me a little bit, but I just need 70% or 80% of the Aurora that I've seen throughout the season in order to beat Astralis, and I think they will come alive, and I think they'll do it on a map like Mirage as well. It's a map that Astralis notoriously have been struggling on as of recent.
The only thing that's going to get in the way of Aurora from closing this series out versus Astralis is letting the last map linger in their brain. So as long as they're able to mentally reset, move on, they are the better team here. They play the style that they want to. I think that they should be confident going into this.
So for Astralis, it is
over.
No, you keep getting this wrong, Jacob. It's Mirage. It's the third map and potentially going to be over for Astralis.
Eliminations right there, and this is the map that decide who goes home. Aurora, after one hell of a choke, back on train, 7-1 up. A game that they might have nightmares about for some time to come if this series goes against them. You want to see Xantares starting things off in good form. You want him with hot hands. Magia gonna open this pistol round as Astralis come in fast, up tempo, trying to ride the highs of train. It's not worked out for the first couple of fights. Can Magisk claw back lost ground? He's in with the first. Silenced after the fact that this one's starting to get away from Astralis fairly dominantly. It's just device.
Did not feel like a purposeful miss window smoke there on a fast con push, but didn't feel like it would have made much difference anyway. Aurora slam Astralis in the pistol round. A map that, frankly, both teams have had trouble on, so it really is open for the taking. You would maybe trust in Aurora's individuals more, but if there's one thing we know about Aurora, it's a team that can get tilted. It's a team that can get in their head. So that's why Magisk is bringing some hype after a pistol round, trying to bring his troops back in line to close this series. Astralis trying to stay cold and calculated, at least with evidence that they can win from any scoreline after a 7-1 comeback on train. Just pistols flying out of Palace here. Jota has 0 support, so we need a couple of kills out of Jota, or Astralis will get CT control with a rifle and a bomb plant. The longer they wait, though, the closer Aurora gets. Smoke in the Palace will not stop them. Or at least it doesn't need to. They're going to choose to hold on, bleed out this round.
A couple of players here who are going to be feeling a little bit cold for Aurora at the end of train. Jota, Magic, and Wakadi are all only managed 3 kills in that second half.
Oof.
And so, kind of feels important that they get a good start under their belts here if they want to shake off the rough feeling that might be hanging over them right now.
Timing for Xantares to move in and assist Jota. They combine for 4 kills, make it all 5. So Aurora, no issue with the ante, but here's where the true test starts. Astralis T-side, hoxic masterclass back on train. Was calling some very up-tempo rounds, and all of the players performing under his banner. Multi-kills galore from Stare, hoxic, Device, and even Magisk with a clutch. So let's see this mid-take.
Oh, they run in, they fight it dry, and they'll get the reward for it. Woxic and Xantares picked up out in the window.
They beat the smoke. They dish
Red
it out.
carpet rolled out in this first rifle round, 5v3 like that. You don't get it every day.
hoxic's fine.
Bully hoxic out here in top mid, the nades to harass him, but he's just wasting your time right now while the rest of Astralis move into position. Molly burns Jota into the open. Gets out with his one and repositions, tries his hand at coming up the ladder, and that's going to see him wounded, brought down low.
Still time to change your mind. You probably should with hoxic up short like this. All players have rotated into A. Device finds his second kill, and the bomb is already out of there. In for Magia, they know both players' positions now. Astralis can just knife out into this B-bomb site. Aurora, it was a good rotation, but hoxic stays ahead of it by remaining active in middle. And so Astralis have a plan B in mind. Maybe around we just see Aurora saving positions too far gone. So nice entrance to the gun round here for Astralis. Just death roll in middle.
Looking at Astralis and their odds on this one, it feels like really would be the time to have a bit of impact found for Yabi. Even on the win in train, he wasn't much of a contributing factor. He's had a pretty strugglesome time at this major. Player who has high highs, but also very low lows and kind of swings wildly between the two of them. Consistency's always been a bit of a problem for Yabi. especially inside of this Astralis squad.
Yeah, it does feel like since Stound's left as well, he's dropped off a little bit more. Even though initially there was an uptick with Stair getting more star rolls and Yami being put into more anchor positions on CT side. But hard to maintain those numbers in difficult spots. However, I'm in agreement. I don't think he's done anything mind-blowing at this major by any means.
I just think Hooksy played a really good game, as well as calling some nice rounds back on train, but getting those fantastic Hooksy games back-to-back is a real rarity for Astralis. He's usually good for one. And so that's where you want someone else to try and bridge the gap a little bit. Some aggression here in this round for Xantares and Jota. Double setup over a ramp, but an awkward death for Xantares as he struggles to track the push. It falls to Jota, who holds the line. Here's Magisk barreling his way out of Palace. Jota still good for even more. And now up on top, it's all Jota. 4 kills found as he answers the call, and this round stalls out for Astralis. It's just there. Moving in. Maja out of jungle, able to catch him. Fantastic scenes for Jota. You hope that's a sign of things to come.
It's a problem poised on that A bomb side for Astralis, that's for sure. Definitely a scary place to be with Xantares always on quick rotation, but now Jota putting up a huge multi-kill. Going up and over, sending Astralis back under. Moment of brilliance that will make Astralis second guess these A hits. And will even force a timeout early in this T side.
Fast mid play, and again Xantares tries to catch him with the spam, but doesn't come out looking too great from that engagement. It's woxic able to open things up. We look to Jota again to try and bail out Aurora, and good for one. All across the map, it's chaos here. You've split the defense as well, and with Device finding success out towards B, pressure is on for Aurora. It's now that Xantares might be regretting trying that window fight to open up the round. He's low on health, the only player over here towards A. He takes an aggressive line. This is the bomb out here in Palace. Xantares has to be clean with it, can't sustain a shot, and so a nice free kill for Stair.
It really was the health being the difference maker. He put Stair down to 11 HP. But one bullet keeps Astralis back in this round, and with the bomb seen, they get to rotate around the world. Does the penny drop for Qikert? He's considering a move over. But the longer it goes without the bomb planted, the more you can perhaps feel that Astralis are getting tricky, and yes, they are. Back to that B site, Qikert with a wrong read.
This is really giving Aurora a taste of their own medicine. Getting tricky with it in the mid-round in this 2v1, and putting distance between yourself and Qikert. He's just on the wrong side of the map here, so that really should be enough for Astralis.
He's going to realize too late as well. He has to check A, and yeah, now the penny drops. Just out of position, unfortunately, and Orb save is his best move. Gamble that does not pay off here as Astralis get a second round off of Stair and Device in a very chaotic situation. Wheels come off in that round. Astralis chase short. They chase out ramp. They push the con smoke. Chaos prevails, and Aurora's money under the microscope. Looking like they still want to buy around 2 guns. First a chat to talk it over. Saw ruggah saying woxic's name, so perhaps some expectation that this AWP was saved on A. And trying to find out where it's going to start. More than enough options here for woxic. And again, one of these situations where just want to see him at the forefront of the round here for Aurora, making the opening play. So he shall. It feels like Astralis have called the perfect round already. Yes, they're going into Qikert rifle, but that's it.
Full blind flashes are good. He's able to get composed here as the flashes wear off. Qikert with a blinder. How much more was he expected to do there? Gets out with his double. He's teed up the rest of Aurora to try and make this round happen. And in amidst all the madness, Matchup plays his hand through the market all alone, feeds a kill to Device. There's a backstab brewing. Buy a bit of time for Jota, as right now he embarks on one hell of a flank. Round stalls out for Astralis. They themselves have a lurker out here in mid. Magisk just floating around all on his lonesome. So this leaves a 3v2 open in the B site.
Oh, with these plays made maybe too early here with no bomb down. Don't need to jump the gun. Qikert has given you faith in a round like this. But Astralis are waiting for their third piece to join them before they do anything. Couple of engagements that have soured the mood here for Aurora. But eventually the onus is on Astralis to put that plant in. woxic needs to catch the cross. Who's going to go for the package? Device picks a position. Maybe looking to fight towards market here. 20 seconds. Astralis making up their mind now. It's a good nade. Jota doesn't move. Bomb on default. Pressure on Aurora.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh, Hooksy. Lovely sequence to seal the deal on this, and woxic trying to get out of there with the AWP. They're giving chase. Device is coming for it. That's only the leg. This AWP is now in jeopardy. Device keeping the pressure on. Are the rest of Astralis going to continue in this hunt? They want to try and knock out the AWP. It's the only thing that Aurora are going to have in this next round. woxic can't part ways with it.
There's nowhere to go. Nowhere safe. Oh, I don't know. 4 health. Close as it comes here for woxic, but he saves the AWP. I still don't really like how Aurora play it though. In the market, they're letting MP9s take contact. Your best weapon is the AWP to hold a cross from a short player, from a side player. woxic can snipe anyone going for the bomb, and he's holding flank. Would have loved to change of positions there for Aurora. They got very paranoid with the slowdown. And Qikert's double is in vain. And even Astralis now favored on the odds. Is a sign of the times for an Aurora that had this game in the bag on the second map.
woxic's AWP fires off, but it's going to get caught. The trade found, and no one there, no one alive to pick it up. Astralis moving into the lead.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists.
And they do so cleanly that hero AWP barely even gets to play a part.
So that team knife as well coming out of spawn. Qikert already tagged, so it's getting a little bit scary here for Aurora right now. Feel something brewing.
Yeah, I mean, it's really not uncommon with this Aurora squad in their final games to see Xantares, the star of this team, go quiet and oftentimes have some of his worst performances And right now, he's had a really, really rough start. You see him trying to play confident, trying to be involved off the rip, but so often it hasn't really been to his benefit. Definitely want more mileage out of Xantares. As the star at the center of Aurora.
Think about Nuke, think about how well he delivered, how clean that game was until Astralis pulled a little cosmetic comeback.
The swing early, but caught by that lower wrap. It's a big double from Yabi. We've been waiting for this guy to fully arrive in the server. And here he is with an important triple. Tees upstairs to try and seal the deal here and now, but he can't control the AK. Bomb lost out in top mid. It falls to Magisk versus Maja. And Maja hears him every step of the way. Still can't deal with him. Time and time again in these clutches, Magisk has proven to be a very safe pair of hands.
And if you weren't doubting your tournament life already, you certainly are now. Maja puts down a clutch that felt on rails for him. All the info, straight up duel. Magisk jumps in and plucks the round out of the palm of Aurora's hand. A Yabi triple. Still, Aurora made it interesting, but not interesting enough. This is Astralis streaking now, 4 straight on the T side. This is an Aurora that are starting to doubt it. And you know these players, the mechanically skilled players of Aurora, hate to see Maja lose a round like that. A guy who's been talking about at times in this year, it felt like his team didn't fully trust him, didn't fully believe his calls. And, you know, arguably at times for good reason, right? Struggling to break through and win a playoff match for months. But if this is Aurora coming crumbling down, then they could have just made this game an email back on train. This could be worst case scenario for a squad that felt like a shoo-in to every playoff of the year.
Stack was in the wrong place. So the hope of winning this partial round is very, very low for Aurora. They lose Xantares out there on an island in middle. And Hootsie just farming up against these pistols. Couple of kills back for Wakadia. It's him and Jota trying to make this interesting. But Jota knowing about Magisk flushing them out. And success only comes in streaks for Astralis.
Right, gotta start now, Aurora. I mean, these are your last couple of chances here on the CT side on the favored half of a map that both teams have had trouble with in this season. Aurora, Astralis is playing together really well. Hootsie leading another great T side.
Terrorists win.
Astralis, they've been the masters of the mid round in this match, right? That slowdown on the B bomb site, the reset in the 2v1 against Wakadia. Some of the calls they've pieced together, while simple, have just been perfect solutions to Aurora. Double orb coming into this round for the Turks, and you've got to hit hard here, or this is going to be a dominant T side.
I'm just getting real concerned as well. Whenever we see on the cams, like, Xantares looks so frustrated. You know, he's the top performer in this entire series still, in spite of the lost map back on train. 41 and 33, leaps and bounds ahead of anyone else on his team. But if he's, you know, feeling a little ruffled, a little tilted here on the arrival of map 3, they were struggling to win these games even with him performing well. They're certainly not going to do it without him.
Team certainly succumbs to tilt. Astralis playing like they have nothing to lose here.
I mean, in a certain way, it kind of feels like Astralis is playing with house money, you know? Like, their major journey looked like it was over just a map ago, 7-1 down.
Keeping it simple again. Mid-fake take, and then just the B-pop. It's only Wakadia orb here. Good smoke. That will pose a question for Astralis. Do you want to risk it? They can wait it out, but it doesn't look like they want to.
To the AWP.
Oh.
Collateral.
Oh,
Wakadia.
fade away.
Are you joking? As a savior emerged for Aurora, looking to break the streak of Astralis. And at this point, every shot he fired has been dead on. Wakadia is wanting even more. Orb strikes fear into the heart of Astralis as Aurora get back on the board.
Okay, yeah, Wakadia felt like he was the one guy trying to keep them in this game with a couple of multi-kills, even on lost rounds, but that's something else. Astralis called a bluff on that B smoke. They get skewered. Kalat in apps. And barely a counter strafe on that escaping shot. Cardia sends him out of this B bomb site. Still chance on the half here to break Astralis' money going into round 12. But these A hits have just been brutal.
You know, wherever you go, you're going to be running into an AWP. They really know about Wakadia's. How do they feel about woxic? He's sitting with his out here on triple. Push through. woxic hits his. The flashes are great, but Jota not firing off might actually do him well in the long run. He gets the element of surprise. The drop on the first player. Yabi there to sideline him. And they get through this A stack. Wakadia trades off the AWP. For now, the object might be to lend an ear to Maja, who's on this backstab out through Palace.
It's winnable.
There's been a couple of fumbles for Maja in this game. This can't afford to be one of them, as he's got the element of surprise. He's got the drop on Astralis. He will have the ability to bring this back into a 2v2. There's the check on device. Now you know where the rest of Astralis are. You're prepared for the CT post plant. Smoke down. That's going to obscure vision. Need to break this one, but there's another on that bomb, and so it's well handled out of Aurora. 2 on 3. A man down, they make it happen.
Yeah, Maja with all three as well. Forget the bomb. Astralis break the smoke, and both players from Aurora fighting. So big save from Maja, who's had some awkward moments, like you said. Astralis cashes the question, and none is the answer. They got to force up for this final round of the half. Game like this truly deserves an even split at halftime. The roller coaster as both teams try and survive one more day in Budapest. Try and earn a 2-2 game. And hope luck of the draw guides you into stage 3. Should be nothing in this for Astralis. It's just a hero Galil on Yabi. Zantares 4-10 despite this late game Aurora recovery.
Yeah, he's really not been a part of it. But you hope that with his teammates keeping the game alive, it buys time for Zantares to get his head in the game again.
Got to keep eyes on middle. They know that was an A fake from Huxi.
Wakadia swinging wide on short. The Eagles could have found him there. They're closing the gap. Here's the support. Zantares lends him a hand. Device dead as Zantares feasts on this mid play. And with the bomb away from Astralis, the hope of winning out this half has just gone out the window. Along with that bomb, Zantares seals the deal on this half with a hat-trick. And maybe that's going to bring him back into the conversation in this final half of play.
Bomb has been planted.
This is what it all comes down to. The final half, loser going home, exiting the major far sooner than you would have liked. For Aurora, been a year where they've been securing playoffs, but struggling to get the silverware, struggling in high-pressure situations. For Astralis, it was a big achievement to even make it back to the major after years of absences for this once prestigious organization. Both teams in good form, so someone is leaving heartbroken in a couple of rounds' time. Opening kill in the pistol goes the way of Astralis. Yabi hears the steps, and Jota's closing in. The rest of Aurora now start to arrive. Yabi's got the spot, and the rotates are on their way.
Oh, woxic tames that P250. Spotted is the bomb. Astralis all in here. 4 players fighting forward. hooXi committing with his team as they try and put these Glocks to bed. They're going to do it with ease. woxic gone as well. It's a clinical shutdown on this A site from Astralis. Flashes on flashes. And a flash in the pan, perhaps, just for Aurora in this series, as they have to look for yet again a recovery late in the half. Astralis, when you're least expecting them, looking to keep this series going. Did it from 7-1 down, back on train. Said it was 2 teams that shouldn't be here. And, well, the stage 2 squads entering straight into the major in the top 24 have definitely had their problems. We've seen more underdogs run through this major. We've seen stage 1 teams find cleaner runs into stage 3. Both these teams suffering that fact, falling to young, plucky squads.
And for both of these squads, it's been a matter of rounds difference in the games that they've lost, right? Aurora had problems closing in the BO1s to FaZe and PowerVision. Same can be said for Astralis with their day 1 of the major.
So this isn't Astralis looking for the full reverse sweep right from O2, and there's always one at the major, it feels like, to get away with it. Is it really going to be Astralis? A team who felt they were in waning form after a strong honeymoon with hooXi's addition. And while they come off of a decent event in Chengdu, right? Managing to take down Na'Vi and Mongols and even a map off of Vitality. It's Aurora who come off of a trophy, the first in their career, taking a BO5 all the way over Legacy. Xantares finally lifting a trophy at an international event. You felt like that was ready to propel Aurora forward. They are slumped back in their seats. They need this gun round.
Xantares left to fight all on his lonesome out here in mid, and Astralis is putting a lot of resources here to try and deal with him. They're creeping up close, so you better be ready for a couple of fights here for this mid control. Stair might just walk on him. Oh, that's a flick and a half out of Xantares.
It's not too late for the Turkish Terminator.
Exec out towards B. And it will get shut down. hooXi and Magisk give Aurora a run for their money, and you would forget about that flick very, very quickly if this round goes against Aurora. hooXi still refuses to go down. Finally dealt with now. We're into a 1v1. woxic commits to the plant. Aurora's southpaw. Fresh mag put in as he looks for a clutch to close the distance on Astralis. Swing out, and woxic's got him.
Rifle is sharp as hell on this guy. 3 kills to keep the dream alive for Aurora. A round required. Keeps it simple. Just goes for the swing. Final timeout here used by Aurora, and it's relatively early. Down a round. Trying to calm their nerves after a clutch, after their first T-side round. When Hooksy is your best performer, what does that mean? Shouldn't be a good sign. Still, Astralis hold the lead for now.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that can be equal parts impressive as it is concerning, right? The idea that on back-to-back maps, Hooksy has had to go absolutely massive for Astralis to pull up and win them. Apparently he's up for the task. He was someone who even kind of on the run-up to this major was talking about how he doesn't really buy into this idea of just making it back to 1 in this Astralis squad is enough to celebrate.
Especially when you didn't even qualify right off of like an RMR or earning a spot. It's just based on your results throughout the season that, don't get me wrong, have been better for Astralis since Hooksy's addition, but still, I feel like you want the feeling of earning something, of finding success at a standout event, and the major is that event.
And so if you come here and you go out 1-3, you know, it doesn't really feel like it's done anything to remedy the downward spiral of this Astralis org. Hooksy with the jiggle, spots them making their way up cap. Allows Magisk to connect 1 on the spam. Already Aurora a man down. It's woxic hot off the back of that lovely clutch. Dead first. And the round just grinds to a halt for Aurora. They're hoping they can catch an extension here. They've been blocked on shore, which is where they wanted to head. Waiting for that smoke to fade right into Hooksy. Zantares can't find the trade either, so from bad to worse here for Aurora. Hooksy's even hanging around looking for even more, and that will eventually give 1 away. That just made it past Device. Oh. Little awkward here, but eventually going to get iced out. Device playing with his food, waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
Yeah, he kind of let Stare die for that one, but it's fine. They get the round. Worth it in the long run. Astralis reviving, responding to that 1 gun round, and because it was so close, coming down to a clutch from woxic. This is Aurora on pistols.
Counter-terrorists win.
Even heard Yabby, I think it was, saying Glock, so they're aware. Astralis have got them right where they want them. Barely upgrades. Tara's being put down on ramp, and even though Yabby's not had a star series or major by any means, this is where he can earn some flowers by keeping the A site clean. If you lose Yabby, might see a panic rotate that opens up a bomb plant. That's not what Astralis need. Magic plays ahead of the pack, pushing into B. He's not going to get any further than that. This bomb, nowhere to go. Yabby keeps it clean as intended, so this is 10 rounds to Astralis now. This is their best opportunity. From the dying lights of 7-1 on train to a significant lead in this 3rd map, looking to eliminate Aurora in devastating fashion.
I mean, dude, Bucati's had tremendous output. This is around a chance for him to just showcase some individual skill on the Deagle. Keep those hands warm and get yourselves ready for this all-important rifle round coming up next. Time is running out for Aurora, with Astralis building upon this lead, moving ever closer to the finish line. Xantares has had a very frustrating game, 2-5 in opening fights, so he spent a lot of his time here on map 3, just watching from beyond the grave as it's been largely out of his hands. Jota sprinting down through mid. There's a Xantares opening. That makes a world of difference, a 5v4 early. Magisk with the bomb. Pressure out towards ramp as well. But the read here for Astralis as they start shifting players around very early on. A stack already assembled out here towards A.
Magisk not wanting to go through that smoke with the bomb and risk the round off his play, but that trade felt required to win over the A site, a site that still harbors 3 Astralis players. Yabi getting cheeky, and it might just pay off. Nobody's looking, nobody's considering. Cause for concern here for Aurora as Yabi waits in the fade. Stare. Same idea, better result. Gonna get the kill with his teammate, 4v3. This bomb resets. Hooksy calling for help, and he's gonna get it.
Oh, they're thinking that Aurora are gonna stick to their guns in this.
Seeing a player in con will do that to you, but Hooksy still needs to hold the line.
I mean, look, he's been playing fantastically in these last 2 maps. Career B-side player, so it should be good to try and offer up some resistance here, calling for the rotates. Hooksy under pressure. They're all around him. He's just looking to buy time, but can't buy enough. It's the young guns on Aurora that bring them back into the conversation. Yabi's backstab closing in, but Jota's on this line already. Will shut him out of this retake, and Device can't go further. Can't go beyond. Aurora keep themselves in Mirage, and that orb gets removed.
Unlikely candidate Jota from the bottom of the board to give them that 3 kills on the hits. Hooksy definitely feeling the pressure. Just trying to swing into a fight, taking every peek he can. He gets timed out of it. Feels like Astralis really didn't give him any help there. Would have loved a second rotate, perhaps trusting in himself, as you said. A strong series from Hooksy. But one man, not enough to stop Aurora from breaking back into this game.
I mean, you're at a point where you can still achieve this in regulation. Astralis running out of money. They put everything into this round, but if Aurora can pick it up, this is suddenly a tie game very late in the day. You'd be attempting the steal at the 11th hour, looking to rob this one back from Astralis. And so this next round is of paramount importance. Neither team in a good spot financially. And this late in the day, this one could be that final push. And what a sequence it is out of Astralis to open up. 3 kills in an instant before Aurora realized this round has gotten away from them. It has. Bomb controlled for Astralis. They batten down the hatches. They play around the bomb. And it might be a really reluctant and drawn-out save here from Aurora, as this one so decisively has gone against them. Even then, save is so far from guaranteed. Wakadia dead on the exit. And look at that mini-map. Astralis, they do want to try and knock this gun out of play. They want this to be punishing. They want this to hurt. Tee themselves up for a nice, easy win at the tail end of the series.
Just impressive staying power for Astralis. I think they had every reason to crumble out of this series on a map that has done them so wrong this year on train after losing their go-to of Nuke. And in the fashion they lost it as well, with a devastating comeback denied. A 7-1 deficit. And Astralis just, I don't know what changed, but they leveled up. had wind in their sails, had an incredibly oppressive T-side. They brought that here into Mirage as well. Streak of 5 rounds in there.
Counter-terrorists win.
Running rings around Aurora. Putting out any bright light that this Turkish team had to show, and now they have nothing. No money, with 11 rounds hanging over their heads. An Aurora that have been a shoo-in for playoffs throughout the entire year. Is there any hope left here for Aurora? Rifles out middle, all 5 fight together. Like birds from a feather, but it's Astralis who flock back to the bomb sites.
I mean, look at this move from Huxi. It's very ballsy to have done this late in the game, but he's pushed all the way through the apartments, and he now knows Aurora don't set their sights on B. Depending on timing, he can catch this boost, and there's Huxi with an early 5v4 delivered. He's been one of the guys hitting hard for Aurora. He's the first to fall in this round. We've been saying Xantares has felt a little quiet, a little tamed, looked in his head at times here on map 3. If there ever was a time for him to find his form, it's now. Or it may be never. Reclaims 1 kill. It's a small step in the right direction, but you've got to go so much further, hit so much harder here if you want to stay alive in Budapest. Woxic putting pressure on over towards B, gets out with a rifle and now looks to rejoin the rest of his team. For a moment, they've pulled most of Astralis out of position, and I say most because Yabi, sitting in over here towards ramp, has a part to play still in this round. He'll wait. The rest of Astralis moving into position to try and commence this retake. They've let Aurora get comfortable.
So still not great for Astralis. They have to come from CT, but the post plants are really strong for Aurora right now. Huxi might have to be the hero.
Xantares looking to fight. Plays it wide out from jungle. Catch on device as he looks to cross on in. And time is so quickly getting away from Astralis. Gotta move quickly now. And that's when Jota pounces out into the open. Time expires and stare dead. Aurora keep themselves alive.
The most unlikely 3v5. Huxi puts his team on his back. A double kill down under. A risky repeat. And you feel like it's all enough for Astralis to close this round out. Aurora have other ideas. And Yabi, who tries to play it safe, perhaps too safe in this round, as it gives Aurora the room in that post part to set up shop and shut down the retake of Astralis. You can never stop believing in Counter-Strike. And evidence of that Astralis economy in tatters. They're going to risk it. They are going to risk it all. Full buy up here now to allow this scoreline to close up. Absolutely anyone's game at this point. Shocking 3v5.
Huxi has always been the type of captain not afraid to take risks. Sometimes it's only with the heftiest of gambles that you can reach out and touch greatness, and that's what Huxi's called for here. An all-in buy this late in the game. If you lose it, Aurora close it up and it's 11-all. It's a brawl all the way to the finish. Aurora keep it low and slow. Don't want to lose anyone in the opening stages of this round. They know that they're going to complete this comeback. They've got to do it together. There's strength in numbers here, so they'll group for an A hit. No one for Astralis is home.
Creeping through.
Ask
a
for a
boost.
boost around this, surely.
Astralis spamming these smokes, but there's rifles on the other side, and Device pays the price with his life. Aurora get the site, bomb plant default, CT control taken. A picture-perfect round that Astralis may as well throw in the towel. This buy wasn't silly, it wasn't risky, it was just about Astralis trying to maximize investments, but it means that this one is weak. And with that comes no kits and no hope. Astralis give it up. Better than a full eco, they get to try it again. But this is a game that Aurora are looking to level out and showcase some staying power from a team that we've seen crumble all year long. Just never this low, never at this point in the tournament. Aurora trying to keep themselves together, find one more round before all is said and done.
You get the comfort of those saved guns now if you're Astralis, a chance again. That's why they lent into a bit of a stack, a gamble in that last round, and there's more of it here with aggression to open up. Maja found first on this lurk out towards the apartments. The captain of Aurora now having to call the shots from beyond the grave. Zantares tries to walk in. Device gets the spot off with the deagle, but he's lost his teammate. Jota, finger to the pulse, plays it out through Palace, and looks to level out this game for Aurora. An important sequence from Jota, stops that getting weird, denies the rotates. And this one over in seconds. Astralis back off to save once more. This game is going the distance. All 24 rounds needed.
And maybe even more. A mind game now on where Aurora are going back-to-back. Hard hits on this A-bomb site from Aurora. Do Astralis put resources in this position? Or do they expect adaptation? Captain's called upon to solve the puzzle of round 23. No coach allowed.
Team that had their faith shaken in their captain earlier this year in Aurora now have to hang on his every word and hope that he can call them through in these final couple of rounds. Again, with the slow-paced start, Aurora feel pretty tied to this, right? You don't want to risk throwing it all away on the back of some explosive play like it felt like they did just rounds ago. Zantares has to prepare himself here as Astralis come looking for this opener.
Look at that mouse slam.
An early 5v4 for Astralis. But this late in the game, the pressure never truly lets up. No round is for granted. Nothing's given. You got to take it. Bomb goes back to join up for this A hit, and that's right as Device has decided to move in. This could be the bomb uncovered. Device on the line. woxic can't give this kill away, but he has to try and create some space to play through. Wakadia dead next. 5-on-3, starting to get away from Aurora, and it's getting away decisively. Just woxic. As so quickly, hopes dashed, dreams deleted. Astralis looking to move on a match and series point. There's 20 seconds in this. And woxic plays it forward, but this is out of desperation, surely. What can you expect from him here? just doesn't have the time. He would have to work a miracle. All 4 players have gone on, and with woxic dead, Astralis are the ones with a chance to close this out.
Just a fever dream game here for Aurora, a crumbling in the final map. Working so hard to pull this game back to their favor, and still Astralis find map point first. 3 straight hits from Aurora, but Astralis with the benefit of overtime, but they don't want to get there. Surviving to a final day is all Astralis can think about. Aurora, 5 deaths away from elimination in the major.
Oh, and this is a crazy move from Device. He was a non-factor to open up this series, had a resurgence back on Train, and now he's taking liberties. It's woxic Sniper, though, to open things up.
You'd love to see him get involved first.
As Antares failed in that last round, woxic succeeds. And Aurora looking to go back to the old faithful, an A rollout. Late in the round, this time with a 5v4.
Yabi's best map of the major yet. He is the one man inside of this bomb site as Aurora set up the execute. He's got to pick his position and pick it wisely. He's just missed that timing. Mid re-clear for Astralis.
They're re-clearing middle, but they're going to be locked out of A. This one might come down to a retake after all.
At least they know there's no lurkers, but they've got to win this in a 4v5 on the A site.
Yabi's got a nade to break, but the timing isn't there. Aurora playing it slow does them well here. They'll get in with that bomb plant in a 5v4. Spam damage exchange, and Astralis, time to dig deep.
Oh, no.
Device plucked out over the top of that smoke. woxic now owns this line out towards CT. Full blind off the angle. Magic wrestles one back. Stare still committed to this backstab, trying to do it quickly and quietly, but it's a hard feat to do them both. Has to get a move on now as Magisk still tries to maintain pressure, maintain control. You're looking at Stare.
No.
There's the backstab. It's just Magisk, the captain of Aurora, and he's fumbled it. Dead at the last hurdle. No kit. Defuse in, and Astralis have just got it. Milliseconds the difference. Magisk couldn't clutch it. And Astralis live to fight another day!
A 2v4 to close it out. 4 kills from the experience of Magisk. Aurora, a harrowing game, a harrowing elimination. A year of playoffs for this team. Shoo-ins every single time. But their worst event since the Shanghai RMR. Aurora regress. And Astralis progress to the final day of play in Budapest.
That is just brutal. Final round, it feels like Aurora have them right there. And then Magisk come out here on a short-term lease, filling holes in the Astralis squad. He ends up right back where he belongs, puts on a clinic in that final round. And what a time for Yabi to come alive. A player who's been plagued with falling off in high-pressure moments delivers his best map there in map number 3. End of the line for Aurora, and this one is gonna hurt. Seconds make the difference in this matchup. And for Aurora, that Train game heading into this final map, there are many haunting memories to choose from. That is the end of their time in Budapest.
Hello guys, I'm joined by the hero of Train, Stare. Congratulations, that was incredible. What an intense match, and you guys deserved this win so much.
Yeah, what a stressful match, such a long match, and this Mirage, I'm just happy we pulled through with this crazy retake in the end. I'm just relieved, to be honest.
I believe that 100%. Honestly, like watching Nuke, for example, and when I saw that you lost that, it felt like when it slipped through your fingers, it felt like it was GG, because it was like one of your good maps. And then you were down 2-7 on Train, and then you got the ace, and from that moment on, your whole team was fired up.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you get this age, you just get the momentum back. You know, you get the confidence after we break the kind of streak. I think they had a very good start on the train. They just won everything they did against us. We couldn't counter it, and I think that was like the turning point, and we got some belief.
100%. Then Magisk getting the 1v3 clutch, hoxic playing in his prime somehow. Also Mirage, he kept on going. Hoxic had an incredible performance. How much do you think did hoxic help you guys to win the match and close out the best of 3?
Very much. I mean, on the T side, I think he won individually 2 or 3 rounds in the start, which broke the economy. And then he did some amazing calls on the CT side, so I think he has a lot of the praise for winning that Mirage.
Okay, and one more thing, Sarah. You're 1 win away from making it to the next stage. So after playing that best of 3, how do you feel about tomorrow?
It's gonna be exciting. I mean, the 2-2 games, they're never funny, you know? They're scary. It's a scary point to be at, but I hope we can pull through.
And you have a lot of fans here in the crowd. So guys, maybe give it up one more time for Astralis.
At the major, everything hits a lot harder, and for Aurora here, you weren't hitting hard enough when it came to this one, Major, and I want to just talk about through being some of the favourites coming into this stage, the good run you'd had, obviously winning Bucharest as well, then coming into the major, you must have felt super confident for it all. Looking at overall right now, what was the missing components for you?
Like you said, yes, big deception for us today. We were one of the favorites of this stage, and going out of the tournament very early, it's a very big deception, and I truly believe that my guys did their best. But you know, sometimes in life, bad things and good things happen, and today it's bad things. And we did fight a lot, but this tournament we didn't show the face that we used to show these seasons, and that's all, bro. Like, I don't know, how can I say more?
Looking at it from the standpoint of you've been through many tournaments like this, you've been constantly making it through to playoffs as well. You said you had a boot camp before coming here as well. Did you have that confidence in the team before you played any games? Like, we're in good form, we're in good shape.
Obviously, we just win a tournament in PGL Bucharest, like you said, and then we did a boot camp of 6 days. We worked really hard, like very hard. So we were very confident, but losing the major is something different, because you play 3 BO1, and maybe losing the BO1 in general was disaster for us, and maybe we lose some confidence on them, I don't know. But like I told to my guys, like, we didn't play the game that we used to this season, like you say, because we did a lot of playoff, etc. But finishing like this, it's very heartbroken for me, because this season we show good things, but like finishing the last tournament like on major like this, it's hurtful.
Do you think it comes down to mentality for you guys? You know, the mental fortitude. I know you just started this year working with a performance coach and that side of things, but it seems to be in moments, even when you have games in your hand, an advantage here against the Astralis in the map, going into train your pick, you know, then it falls apart and you sometimes can't come back into these games.
Example is the last round. Like, I think we have big advantage and we just show it. Like, I don't know what is the main problem, but we work really hard on it, and I'm very proud of all of them. Really, they did their best. They fight today for our country, for our fan, for the family, for everything. But it was not enough. I'm very sorry, for the fan who believe in us. Hopefully we can bounce back. But today, now thinking what is the mistake or what is the problem is difficult, you know. And after some time, we will think about it, and hopefully we can bounce back.
Well, let's try and look at just this year as a whole, right? This is the last event. It's not the end you would have wanted, but overall, we've taken a trophy, the first one, getting a few second places, third place in there as well. How would you review and think about the whole year?
Yeah. Right now, I don't know, to be honest. I think the season was okay for us. It was one of the best seasons that we did since long time with 5 Turkish players, so yeah, there is some hope in the future, but we have also some things to fix, obviously, like winning train like 7-1 and then had a comeback and 0 round on city side, etc. So there is a problem that we have to fix, and hopefully I believe that if we can fix, we can be a really hard opponent for the incoming teams.
Well, I wish you the best of luck with fixing it all as well. There's a lot of Turkish fans even in the crowd cheering you on today. There's also your family back home. Yeah, that's right, guys, come on. They're giving you the cheers, giving you love. You've got family back home as well, so final words from you as always, Magisk.
My daughter and my son watching. Hopefully there is no sounds. Thank you for all the message and your support. I'm very sorry. Özür dileriz beyler. Hepiniz emin olun burada her kişi elinden geleni yaptı. Çok fazla çalıştık ama bazen olmadı. Şu an olmadı ama çalışmaya devam. İnşallah güzel günlerde görürüz. Ceren, Aslan, Defne, sizi seviyorum.
All right, Magisk, the last thing to do is take the logo down for me, mate.
Gutted would be simply an understatement for Aurora, as we already spoke about, such consistently making it to playoffs of such high-level events, but both of the majors this year have evaded them, Maui, and that's just not something you want on your resume. Sure, you can throw as many other Tier 1 events as you want at that. The majors is what matters, and we can see that on Magisk's face.
Yeah, unfortunately for Aurora, that does write the story of the year and how quickly the tune has changed for the worse. An 8 playoff streak to kick off 2025 is quickly forgotten, as they now have had, unfortunately, 2 crash outs as they have cratered once again in this stage. It is a heartbreaking sight to see, as these guys went through burnout throughout the year, how they overcame adversity. There was sickness amongst some of the players, and then for this stage, they were one of the favorites. Magisk recognized that. They were supposed to be a team that was going to be making it farther, and yet they come up at this point, and to lose to an Astralis team that, sure, they're on the come up, but that is just a huge disappointment.
It's a massive disappointment for Aurora. There's no way around it, unfortunately for them. I think the players also left with a feeling that they never played their A game. They never played good Counter-Strike. Yes, losing to Astralis was not on the cards. Exiting the tournament, you know, not making it to stage 3, not at the cards. And obviously losing and being knocked out of a tournament, that sucks. But sometimes you can rest in yourself feeling like we did it all right. We tried our best. We played a good game of Counter-Strike. Maybe we faced a better team on the day, but let's not forget that an hour and a half ago, they were leading Train T-side 7-1, and they were looking in full control. And now we're standing here an hour and a half later, and they're out of the major. I think that is what hurts the most for Aurora.
And just looking at that final round in isolation as well, there are so many instances where that was destined to go to overtime. I know it's not very useful in my job to be speechless about something, but that was absolutely insane that Astralis managed to get away with that one to close out the series.
I would say just great proactivity from the Astralis side. They understood the way that Magisk wants to call in the mid-round, spread out into a default, go for the 5-man hit, good flank on the side of Stair, 0.4 seconds. Is that going to be a trend at this major for defuses? Because that's what the difference was between them bringing that to overtime, still playing this game out, or walking away just head in hands. So much frustration must be racing through all of these players. You could see that the emotions, there were tears welling up in the eyes of some of their players here.
Understandably.
It's just heartbreaking, really.
I think that's where we have to take the conversation, though. One thing, obviously, Aurora out of the tournament. We're not going to speak anymore about them. They have played their part, so to speak. Astralis, however, this was the best version of Astralis we've seen all tournament long, and arguably the best version of Astralis we've seen play with this iteration of the roster. I think, as you said, Maui, from the moment they were down 7-1 on Train, they started playing proactive Counter-Strike. It almost felt like they started to play as a version where, listen, we lost already. Now there's truly nothing to lose. Now we can play freed up. Now Stair can be proactive. We even saw Device all of a sudden step up, have massive moments. Huxi having the best map of his career almost in a major, despite having played more than 58 maps in his career. So a lot of the stuff that we haven't seen from Astralis, a lot of the stuff that we want from Astralis every single time and that has left to be desired, well, that all of a sudden turned up in a map and a half, and I want to give them credit for that.
100%. I think you actually hit the nail on the head there. Ironically so, we had Huxi coming into this game in an interview saying, hey, we don't feel any pressure. I think the moment where they actually didn't feel any pressure is where they managed to change the course. But Is it going to be enough to make it through to stage 3? Obviously, we don't know who they're going to be playing just yet, but do you think this level of Astralis has what it takes to make it to the top 16?
I don't think the competition gets any harder than this.
True.
If they can take down an Aurora in this fashion, as long as they keep up that sort of proactive, aggressive style where they don't care if they're making a risky play because they're swinging for the fences, I think they can do it. I mean, in terms of personnel quality on the team, maybe I don't expect woxic to play this well, but in terms of what I can expect from Yabby in the upcoming series, he's going to deliver a little bit more. I feel like Device has found his level here, and you know, Magisk, like, this guy's playing for a contract. That's one of the most motivating factors for any single Tier 1 Counter-Strike player when they know every single match that they play may be their last, and they're looking for that renewal, that extension, for another team to pick him up. So I feel like there's a lot of different motivating forces that are coming together at the perfect time for this Astralis.
I agree with that sentiment. I think Stair so far has had a fantastic tournament. He's been reliable. He's been the one stepping up at all times. Yabby, for the first time on Mirage throughout this tournament, also showed up. And then woxic having one of the best series he's probably ever had in Astralis. So there is certain signs, certain things pointing in the right direction for Astralis, but that's always been the issue with this lineup. It's the inconsistency, right? One game they look good, the next one they look poor, and then they look good, then they look poor. So in terms of whether or not I believe in Astralis advancing, very much depends on who they're playing. But the level of Counter-Strike we saw today, is that good enough for stage 3? Yeah, sure it is.
You've changed your tune a little bit, Jacob, from High Ruler of the Danish court saying it's over. You are slamming your hammer on the desk. What's your verdict?
It's happened like, what, 4 years straight where you you see them play and then you're like, oh, I'm excited now. I'm an Astralis fan. And then the next game they suck. So it's like, it's impossible to buy into the project. I will say, with the level of Counter-Strike we saw here, on Train, after being down 7-1, and on Mirage, that's better than a lot of the Counter-Strike we're seeing the other teams play. So question remains, can they replicate that? That's been the issue, the consistency. If they can, Maui, I believe in them.
1.5 good maps of Counter-Strike from Astralis might just be enough to advance to the next stage.
Yeah.
I don't see them making the playoffs or anything like that with this kind of form, but I feel like looking at the field right now, you got the loser of M80, Imperial, winner of Liquid or Tyloo. All of those teams, I would say Astralis are the favorites against, easily. So that's just 4 of them that are possibilities.
No, it sounds totally doable. Just to wrap up the conversation around Aurora, though, because I think the first half of the year back in Austin, I remember us all talking about it, maybe the fatigue was an excuse because they were attending literally every single goddamn tournament that they could get their hands on. That's not the same case for the second half of the year, though. Is that an excuse you're willing to give them?
Teams are now just too used to playing Aurora. That's just the fact of the matter in my eyes. When they are just grouping up as often as they do on T side, you can flank them. It's how they've lost so many times to just more experienced teams, not necessarily ones that are higher in rank than them, but just ones that know if we just game plan against them, Madrid's gonna call to do a 5-man hit, probably with 1 minute, 50 seconds left, something like that. And that's what they did. Final round of this game. How did Astralis get into it? A flank. It's so frequent, it's so common, and I really think that in the offseason, if they don't drastically change how they play T-sides, go for more defaults, more misdirection, and just rely on these set pieces or these 5-man hits, they're going to experience the same fate or even worse into the upcoming year.
I'm willing to bet you there'll be a roster change. It's not going to be that 5-man lineup.
Well, sadly, the Grim Reaper's job is not done quite yet here in Budapest. One more team must meet their end here in Stage 2. That's either going to be Liquid or Tyloo going down after this.
Way. You cannot drive in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. And I'm not pumping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative, that I'm the best in the league. Who you comparing with? That isn't competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so when it's speed? I just been breaking the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
My shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one of you sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
We often ask ourselves, bigger or smaller? But first, you need to figure it out. Do you have a massive FPS? Or a tiny ping? Is that good? Nice! Yes, it's fantastic! X-Play GG. High FPS and low ping servers.
How are you today? Locked in or chilling?
A little bit of both, but yeah, no, obviously got to be locked in. Obviously down 1-2 right now, and got to go up against Ty Lu, so we got to make sure we're locked in. Not too much chilling.
I mean, you had a bad start, yes, but yesterday you won 2-0 against MIBR, although the last map I think was kind of close and stressful. But you guys looked super relieved. I talked to Elise as well, and because there was a mention that you guys did not perform here like you performed in practice. So do you feel like you're improving down the road with every match you're playing?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, yeah, first day was pretty bad from us, but then of course going up against MIBR, it was pretty good. Besides our Mirage being a little bit stiff, yeah, no, I mean we just need to just continue, just keeping it up. Obviously with BO3s, I think there's less pressure to make mistakes, obviously because it is a best of 3, not a best of 1. So yeah, I think we're just gonna try to take it game by game, and and just keep the confidence. And yeah, no matter who we play, we know that it's just do or die. So we just need to make sure we give it our all.
Thanks for the input. It's so loud right now, sorry. So I assume you guys prepped obviously for today. I guess you did that today in the morning. Is there anything specific you maybe did additionally looking at the match yesterday that you played?
No, nothing too specific. Obviously with how we're performing right now, obviously there's a lot to focus on ourselves, and we don't want to think too much about the opponent. Of course, there's obviously things that we need to, look at, of course, in maps and positions and all that. But no, I think right now, I think we believe that we're the stronger team, so we just need to be confident in ourselves and, just play as good as we did the other day, but if not, just a little bit better,
Okay, and I want to ask you one more question. So I heard Tech Girl went around the preg rooms and she saw that you had a funny Steam name. It's not going to appear on stream, obviously, but what will the enemy see?
I don't know, it's Dixie Normus. It's a good friend of mine, Dixie. And his last name is Normus. So, yeah, he's a good guy.
Okay, I believe that. Now, thank you so much. And for the chat, any NAFers?
Oh, well, sounds like the vibes are feeling very high in the Liquid camp right now. Tyloo, though, looking to do one better and eliminate them. Because let's be real, Pimp, one of these teams is not like the other in this particular situation. But maybe let's start with Tyloo and Frame. How they got to this precarious situation.
Off to a good start beating Paravision. I think a lot of us were like, okay, Tyloo came up to play. Then unfortunately for them, lost a couple of best of ones against M80 and NIP. I guess that's okay to some degree, but now we go into the best of 3 thoroughly. And let's be honest, Mario Snake, for Tyloo this season, especially, you know, since the major in Austin and ever since that period, it's been a little bit shaky with more downroads than uproads.
The last 2 Tier 1 lands that they've played, they've gotten 0 victories. It's not really looking all that nice for them. To me, Tyloo jostling with Lin Vision in the Chinese space for the dominant Chinese team is now kind of an open door, though. That's like the one thing that, even though I don't expect a big run from Tyloo here at Budapest, it's time to establish dominance because Lin Vision crashed out Stage 1, 0-3, you have a chance to regain the reins as being the premier Chinese roster with, I would say, the biggest Chinese star in JamYoung.
So for the Liquid side of things, how do they find themselves in this position? Literally on the doorstep of elimination, and it's only day 3.
Yeah, I think they had one of the worst opening days I've ever seen from Team Liquid, and it's based on the fact that obviously they lost both their games, but also the way they played, the way they conducted themselves. You look at the lineup, you look at all the material they have to work with. We're talking bring in Leash instead of Twist. You have Nerds, who used to be a superstar. You have Shuhei, who's been in a couple of major grand finals, if I'm not mistaken. There's so much talent within Team Liquid. So for them to be in Stage 2, that's one thing. For them to go 0-2 in Stage 2, that's another. And then I know they won against MRBI yesterday, but as Naf said, they really had to break a sweat on the second map, on Mirage, a map I think they could have lost. So they haven't really hit their marks just yet, but I do have an inkling feeling, Maui, that the longer they get into this one, the more they stay alive, the better they'll be.
That's what you would expect from experienced players like NAF, Elige, and Nerds, ones that have been top 20 or really even been in HLTV's top 30 list. Less discussed, but still ever important. And for me, Liquid, they're still trying to find their sea legs. Even though they've now had Elige for a couple of months now, it still feels like they're not always all in sync, as a couple people had to change positions, as the priority in a round seems to have shifted slightly. And I feel like a couple of the individuals, namely Ultimate and Shuhei, even though they're not necessarily the star-studded rifle trio of this team, they have to step up, in my opinion, because they're creating too many losing conditions for a Liquid team that otherwise should be a little bit more tightly ran.
I'd agree with that. You saw Ultimate's stats just before. Like, you're the AWP player of Team Liquid. You're on a 0.7 something rating for the tournament so far, if I'm not mistaken. So for Ultimate to play at that level, that's no bueno. And we saw him, you know, he has the ability to step up. In Austin, where they're also facing elimination against Mouse, I believe it was, he was the one player who stepped up and had a tremendous game on Mirage, I believe, where he was firing on all cylinders. So it's not like he can't do it. It's just the issue within Team Liquid that when Elise is playing well, then Ultimate is not playing well. When Ultimate is playing well, then NAF is not playing well. Activating all the players at the same time has been an issue for Team Liquid, not only with Elise on the server, but also when Twist was still part of it.
Now we do get to see the map veto on our screen, slightly different than last time around back in September at Fisher Playground. What do you make of Tyloo changing up their pick, Maui?
Well, they actually got their pick. I mean, wasn't it Inferno the last time around? So they get that to the decider instead. I feel like this is actually probably pretty nice for Tyloo. I mean, they've been kind of messing around with some of the other maps in the pool, like the overpasses, which Liquid ban out. So they get the train. Liquid, though, going back to the well. They were good on Ancient last time around. However, the last time they played, it was with Twist. So not always, some of the positions have changed with these teams, or with Liquid, that is. So I don't think it's going to be as clear-cut as just rinse and repeat from the last game.
I think we can take a look at our sponsor predictions, and we're looking pretty clear-cut. Do you think it is this clear of a victory for Liquid?
Not exactly. I feel like Liquid, like I was mentioning, I feel like they just kind of bottom out sometimes, where you can witness the floor, especially on their CT sides, where they just don't know who's supposed to take the next contact. Feels like the communication is out of whack. If Tyloo have a couple nice little set pieces or some misdirection, they could definitely get the better of them. And I'm not really counting on Liquid to just be the more clutch team. I feel like I've seen moments from Tyloo players this season earlier, albeit, where people like Attacker can step up, where people like Mozia overperform, and JamYoung, just such a ridiculous X factor that always has the opportunity to take down someone like Elysian Nerds. Like, don't be surprised if he gets a double entry and the round's just over.
Yeah, my issue with Liquid as well is the consistency that you see in the games, because they can string together 2, 3, 4 rounds where it looks good, but then they'll have 3 or 4 rounds in the middle of a game where they completely fall apart. So I feel like Liquid has to find some sort of consistency if first and foremost they want to stay alive and win this game, but also to win in a fashion that makes you believe that this is a Liquid that came to play. Elise came into the tournament saying boot camp's been going well, we feel good in practice. Well, that's nice, you know, it's good to hear, it's good words, but I want to see it on the server because so far it's been abysmal.
But we were all in Hong Kong. That didn't tempt you at all to go with a little Tyloo underdog magic here?
0 wins in Hong Kong.
They were bad in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
They were bad in Hong Kong.
Yeah.
They were bad in Chengdu.
Yeah.
I don't want to even go back further than that because it's been a rough road for Tyloo, but they've been looking a little bit better here in Budapest.
Well, it's time to see if they can indeed turn the tides. Otherwise, elimination beckons.
Liquid versus Tyloo, ready to kick off here and now. This is a Liquid trying to make the full reverse sweep happen from 0-2, besting MIBR yesterday in the BO3s. NAF even before this one, talking about how mistakes don't feel as punishing. They have a bit more runway in these best of threes. It's where Liquid are going to have to do their best work.
Yeah, I'm believing in it right now, but this is going to be an interesting stylistic test against the Tyloo, who are looking to redeem themselves after some weak BO1s, maybe showing some more in the map pool here. Going straight into a pistol round. Liquid get a nice wide plant that can't be denied, and Tyloo have no kit for this retake. Good bit of utility to block Liquid out, but no, it's a wise decision to stay on default to give Liquid some staging in this post plant.
Smoke to block off Cave, and with 3 players in there for Liquid, Nerds is fighting all on his lonesome. Gets out with 1, but now he's darted into the cave as well. They're all trapped behind this smoke. This could be a big problem. Defuse being held. It's the 10-second stick. Liquid come barreling through, but no kills found. And Defuse snatched. Tyloo with an unsuspecting pistol round win to open up Ancient.
Kind of shocking. I feel like Nerds could have stayed behind the bomb there and sat on the default site. Instead, tries to bound out after high damage done into Cave, but with only 1 guy ready on ramp, NAF just gets domed. And Liquid have no one to stop that defuse. 10-second stick, shocking round win from Tyloo. Liquid thrown into the ring straight away, looking to box backs with a force buy. Weak B site hold, but it's going to be the retake again here from Tyloo if Liquid have their way. Looking to execute into this bomb site. Should we go in for Cave? Bomb on his back. Smoke is constricting here. Liquid still want to fight forward. Smoke draws them back. That's what Liquid want as they flood Cave.
There's an opening, but Mercury ready to stop the spillover. Takes it 1 step further even and ends up being a clean round thus far for Tyloo. Ultimate not ready for a second player in at the site. Mercury puts on a clinic and controls the Cave split beautifully.
Yeah, 4 kills from the captain. Certainly not going to say no about that. Shui was having some trouble yesterday putting on performance for Liquid. They got it done despite his lack of firepower. Looking to players like Elysian Nerds to carry Liquid through today. Nerds had a fantastic map on Mirage. Oof, stacked to the captain. Liquid go for the B-pop, but they've not got a lot behind this. It's a good dink. Will keep Tyloo out of the sight for the most part, but the MP9 has nothing to lose. They swing from Azire at long, and just a mop up here for Tyloo. flawless round. Mercury looking great to start this game. 4 kills, then 3 kills, yet to die as well.
Yeah, I expect a bit of a stark difference between the captains, right? Because you were dead on to mention Shuey. Out of all the players still in the running at stage 2, he's bottom of the board. Ooh. And by some margin, too.
Yeah, a lot of the numbers aren't doing Liquid any justice, right? If we look at even just their flash assists or their traded kills or traded deaths in this tournament, they're second lowest of all teams in both categories. Maybe coming just off the back of having 2 really one-sided BO1s go against them, but even that match v MIBR maybe got a little bit too scrappy towards the end. Tyloo will bring the heat in this gun round, running down the ramp.
Oh, Liege spammed to death, and Messiah only just going to get out of there in time. Content with the 4-on-4 and the damage that's been inflicted here. They feel like they've controlled the early round enough. It's mid-lurk looking to get shut down. NAF and Nerds trying to move in, and it's just NAF-FLY now. We'll head for the hills. Keeps this in a 3-on-3. Doesn't allow that trade to come in middle. Isaiah, 2 players about to come his way. Deals with the first cleanly. Shuey mopped up, and this is now a tall order for Ultimate and NAF-FLY. They know about NAF on this wrap round, so they're ready for him in at the doorway. Could just get locked out here, and if Ultimate falls, that's a big problem. NAF is out of the round. He's got no part to play. So Tyloo keep this flawless off the rip, 4-0.
Could have gone for Molly on the bottom, actually. Could NAF. Seen him win a round like that before, but either way, they have plenty of time. And the save is the right move here for Liquid. Let's give them a couple more guns in this next round. Going to try to keep the pressure on, I'd assume. Tyloo not going to be struggling to find players with strong mechanics on this team, even though Attacker has been a bit of a disappointment in this squad, putting up in-game leader numbers. We've seen strong games out of Messiah, Mercury, JamYoung. And we know when G's feeling it, it can be a nightmare to put away.
Yeah, I think JamYoung's very much going to be one of the guys to look at today. Almost goes without saying. The hot prospect in this team. He's been outshone a little by Messiah in these opening games at stage 2.
But those are games that Tyloo are losing, keep in mind, right? They may have come through immediately, destroyed Parry Vision, gave me a lot of faith for this team, but then back-to-back BO1s coming in underwhelming for Tyloo. Still got a lot to prove here, and they can do it against a new-look Liquid right now. Getting revenge in the process. It was Liquid who eliminated them from FPG in the 1-2 game as well. So it would be a fantastic day for Tyloo to try and find revenge, to survive to one more match here in stage 2. Team that is really hard to pin down when you consider, you know, as Maui mentioned on the desk, the recent results, they have been bad for Tyloo. Multiple events over in Asia with bottom of the board placings. So Tyloo might have some explaining to do in this series today. What I'm trying to set up is, even though this Liquid project fills me with some hope, this is not going to be an easy game.
And even now in this round, it's like you kind of just have to contact to play this. You don't have util to get the ball rolling. You won't be able to nullify any of these positions. Mercury sleeping out towards ramp. Still good for another before he gets silenced. It feels criminal that he gets away with as much. Good stuff for Nerds to put this down and stop it from getting weird. He really has felt like the insurance policy for Liquid, a guy that was able to stifle a number of clutches the other day in the BO3 versus MIBR.
Yeah. And almost put on some of his own. Definitely looked like a better player since the swap of Twist for a Liege. Finding more impact in these recent runs that Liquid have manifested.
And I mean, opening up on Ancient, you hope that's good to get Nerds rolling early, right? This was kind of one of the famed maps for the guy. It was really where he looked to make a name for himself. Thinking back to time prior to Liquid.
Yeah, it was a master of mid-control, but not necessarily in the donk style, right? Playing really fast off spawns, more just using it very late in the round. And getting good position in red, something that Tyler may have to watch out for today, but we'll see what Liquid have done in this boot camp to prepare themselves, especially in these BO3s, where your map pool will be tested. Instant lineup here from Ultimate to just storm this B site. What a rush here from Liquid.
Yeah, Molly's fallen a little shallow though. Messiah allowed to hang out as a result. Got to peek on his own timing out from behind the default position, and here's Mercury slowing the roll of Team Liquid. The captain's got the team on his back right now, been doing a fantastic job at stopping these B plays before they even get going. That bomb not yet planted. One of Ultimate or NAF have to go back to do it, and this late in the round with smoke starting to fade, you might be left scrapping till the round is over.
Great flash
on long to tee up NAF-FLY. Does he have any more left in him? Yes, he does. NAF on for a multi-kill of his own. And it's just G in the picture now for Tyloo.
They don't know.
There's the first, G closing in. That gets NAF off of this bomb plant, and he tries to answer it with the swing. G makes him regret it, and look at that. He is stone cold after that clutch. Often the hype man of this Tyloo squad, but he's got a point to prove today.
Oh, clinical from G. What a flick. Faked out by the tap of the bomb, but able to get back on in time as NAF picks a wide position, unaffected by the molly. It is G who sneaks in, pass short, beats the timing Liquid are ready for, and they pay the price. Very important clutch to keep this strong start for Tyloo. Liquid still bringing some pace here in these early rounds, though Nerds will get straight out middle. Pre-fire, got to be careful. Nerds back in red room, home sweet home. Mercury getting baited for right now. It will work wonderfully. No way he gets out.
Dude, I mean, this duo over towards B has been absolutely ruining the game plan for Liquid. 20 kills between your two B-side players in a game that has been dominated by B hits. Individuals on Tyloo certainly looking good to open things up. So a change of direction here from the Liquid squad. They've been obsessed with B. They're going to try and look further afield now with a late play out through the donut. Attackers getting ahead of this, and G's providing all the info on the back of a ramp push. So Tyloo are one step ahead of this exec.
Attackers had a series of poor performances in the Tyloo jersey. Can he do anything here in this site? That's a big opening kill, forcing his way back in, trying to set his team up for trades, but Liquid hit hard. Ultimate triple kill. Everyone's had their moment here for Liquid. Will it be one that's capitalized upon with a round victory? G1v2 again. No AWP. Sneaks in. Aleksib makes a step. G's hounding him down, but Aleksib holds the line. And Liquid find a second round.
Yeah, important to convert on this one, right? NAF's triple in the last, not enough to do it, but Ultimates is.
That's a man disadvantage as well. After that cave setup, finds 2 kills. Like you said, with this clearly being Liquid's game plan early, with just a lot of B hits over and over again at different paces. It might have to change here for Liquid. Mercury and Messiah putting on a fantastic start. Liquid still sneak in. Nobody home. JamYoung pushed out of the bomb site. And a gamble here for Tyloo that doesn't look like it will pay off.
It's a bit of mind games for Tyloo, right? Just hoping that eventually, you know, with them succeeding so much over towards B, eventually Liquid go looking for the A hit, and they think that this would be the time they elect to do that. On early round staging, that doesn't look to be the case, but I mean, with Shui over towards red, it always leaves that option open. They might end up playing into this stack a little later.
Tylo is just believing in it because they've got nothing else to do. JamYoung picks up his 3rd smoke from the red room. So he is faking a B hold right now, just spamming utility, hoping Liquid walk into this stack. It's a cool idea here for Tylo. Uses his 3rd one on Cave. Scout spots an A play, and that kill might beckon Liquid in to their own demise. But they fake it out. They use it to their advantage. Mercury gets that kill, and Tylo realize it's still winnable on B, but they've got to move quick.
They don't know what's happening in red. That's a big problem. It slows the rotate here, right? If they were able to run it on this rotation, they would be here meeting Liquid already. Instead, this extra few inches of ground, they get given a NAF, provide him with an opener, and should keep this round safe.
Just save the M4 at this point, look for some upgrades. Maybe Liquid will give you something, but the round gets locked in. I like the idea there for Tylo. Trying to bring some trickery to the table. Liquid don't buy it. And Liquid get out with all 4 rifles in their hands.
Terrorists win.
MP5. Fake ends A into mid take, okay?
Oh, we just heard exactly what's going down there. Trying to draw Tylo into that A site to give Liquid room in middle. Feels like a good remedy. It's a 4-man B hold as well. So no one's going to be able to stop this. There's that mid control, and they can recommit to A from Donut as Tylo leave. Thinking this is too good to be true. Well, it ain't.
I mean, they still have a 4v4 for the site itself. These smokes are down, and they'll get replenished by Team Liquid. It's not going to be easy here for Tylo. With Alish still on the other side of the map. Nerd's tagged up.
You can't save Tylo, although you don't know it.
Here's the backstab from Alish. Try and deal with him cleanly. They do mop up that 1 kill on the flanking player. The AK proves to be tempting a save for Tylo.
Yeah, 2 guns, not bad.
But here's one thing I'm watching closely. Getting off to nice starts hasn't really been an issue for Tylo. They've had early leads in both of those BO1s. Only to then kind of quieten down as the game continues. And so here it's all about maintaining this winning position, holding on to this lead, because it was a great start, right? 5-1 up. But now that gap is closing. And you don't want the trend of strong starts with weak finishes to continue for this Tylo team.
This is only going to pump Liquid up as well in their comeback arc, trying to do it from 0-2. Longing out against MIBR, coming back against Tylo now. And a hearty half building on this T side. Oof, Mercury spammed on Heaven. Coming through the cave. They just go.
Contact walk up ramp G, full blind. Well, hold on for one. Now he's got support. Mosaic plays through the smoke, catches Shui unawares. Round stalls out for Liquid. They might have to explore other avenues here. NAF trying to cross with the bomb is not without risks. Attacker could drop it right now, but NAF, good for that. Keeps this one even in a 3-on-3, and now he even gets to don the AWP.
He's handy on the AWP. Career second AWPer here for Liquid. Steps heard at cave as Tyloo try to take info back. It's JamYoung deep in A main. There should be a contingency Liquid are ready for. But there's a lot of spots to watch as they put this bomb down.
Yeah, with NAF low, it becomes a little bit harder, right? Nerds is at least hanging around and providing cover from main. They fire off from CT, hoping that that gives JamYoung an element of surprise. Nerds never let off the angle, but JamYoung breaks through. Problem. Smoke in the way. Tap on that bomb. They still don't know whether or not it's the commit, so Ultimate feels like he has to spam. It's down to NAF to try and seal the deal in this 1v1. Orb shot's close, but just off the mark, and defuse being held. NAF doesn't expect this. Doesn't prepare for the 10-second stick. 2 bullets seals the fate, and NAF with that clutch ties up this game for Liquid.
Held onto it for the final couple of seconds. Didn't like the silence. The paranoia puts a round on the board for Liquid. It's NAF on the sidearm orb. Clutch up to keep this game going for Liquid. That is 4 rounds in a row. Big triple kill for NAF. Odds restored to Liquid's favor as they started in the series. As Tyloo slowed down.
A lot of footsteps heard over here in Donut, but that block is a big middle finger to Team Liquid. They wanted to try and follow through with the A play. Now they've got to pick a new approach. Gun to get retrieved over here on B as well, so Tyloo have armed themselves. This is far from an easy round for Liquid to navigate now.
A feels like your best bet because you have so much control towards Red and Donut, but it's well defended. You've got a crossfire in the bomb site, and you've got a rifle back in spawn to support. This is still a scary situation for Liquid right now.
Should we trying to run a bit of a B fake, lobbing in some util and flashes, but I don't think it should really shuffle the defense too much. Tyloo have lent into it surprisingly hard.
They come.
JamYoung at least gets back into the site now. But needs to just buy some time for his teammates who are all here and can lend a helping hand. Mercury with that swing extends this advantage for Tyloo, and with Ultimate missing that shot, this backstab won't come in. You've just got to battle forward, out of Donut, out of ammo. Ultimate 1-on-3 and just doesn't have the time to win this, so surprising round for Tyloo to pick up, but it grinds to a really awkward halt for Liquid. Yeah. It never gets going again.
Felt super desperate. I think the call comes from Red. They hear that site player JamYoung rotate CT, and so Liquid say, let's go, go, go. And as a result, they don't tick their boxes. They don't dot their I's, cross their T's. There's no util in spawn. The mollies aren't used until you're getting repeaked, and then Mercury comes in with the rifle, doubling up, and Liquid get caught with nades in hand. So it wasn't a succinct execute. It was Liquid trying to jump the gun. They didn't know there were 3 players there. Tyloo get it done with low economy and propel themselves to perhaps a winning half. Breaking Liquid on their 4-round streak.
Oh, clash out here in mid, and Mercury lines up a double.
It's been a monster.
Captain has put in a tremendous shift for Tyloo to open up this game. Nearly 20 kills deep at the end of this first half. He's 16-6. Speaks volumes as to how interested Liquid were in this B site, and I do think the success of Mercury is the whole reason they even started moving away from it. But going back to Old Faithful now. Looking again curiously up through the ramp. Ali's just going to walk in on a contact fight. He's got NAF alongside him. His contact plays, Tyloo have seen them a bunch. They hear the footsteps now. Messiah. Bit of harassment to the player crossing into the site. Gonna catch the Liege back turn. Bit of a question mark on that death. A weird one to give away. And here's the backstab of Mercury arriving to rub salt in the wound. Tyloo will go on. They stop that streak and they put in a winning half with Mercury helming the ship in more ways than one.
Counter-terrorist win.
Liquid's map pick, but Tyloo up in the lead. Mercury coming into this, firing on all cylinders, trying to set the standard for the rest of the team. And Liquid with a clear game plan, hoping to abuse B, did not pan out. They now go over to their CT half. Pistol round, suddenly they're right back in Ancient, but Tyloo pick it up. They are moving towards the finish line at an alarming rate.
Tyloo, a lot of fun on T-sides, right? Second highest flash assists of stage 2 as well. A team who love to do little pops, and this is a great map for it. Had a very strong util in this tournament so far, despite their losses. They could have been on the complete other end of that stick. Ooh. JamYoung avoids a smoke kill, but through the donut smoke, he finds a leash. Not a bullet connects. JamYoung doubles up. From bottom of the board, recovers in this pistol to fake out for a B hit. Tyloo still lose lives in this site. Bomb's not yet planted. NAF can't stop it. And attacker's up close. He's used to isolate the fight. Good Molotov, but G fights on. 2v2 here. Liquid just running amok with no kit. They need this one quick, and G sends them back to spawn. 2 from JamYoung, 3 from G, and Tyloo with glee after the pistol. Liquid in a lot of trouble now.
Terrorists win.
One of their 2 go-to maps. This is a quick 9-to-5 job here for Tyloo as Liquid have USPs.
Yeah, no threat in this round. Now you know to anticipate the rifles in the next. Tyloo are in a powerful position right here. They've got a significant lead under their belts. And it puts a lot of pressure on this first rifle round for Team Liquid. With so little runway left, losing this first one would put you on a path to ruin, really. Does that feel like maybe it restricts the calls a little bit more as well, right? You don't want to risk throwing it away on some aggro move, but at that point, you're in your head, you're respecting your opponent, so it's a real double-edged sword here for Team Liquid.
going to have much room left for Liquid if they don't win this gun round.
I mean, also, just need a little bit more from Mirage in this game. You know, there are players on Liquid who can, I don't want to say afford to go quiet, but you'd expect it more so. For example, Shui having 2 kills, it's been about what he's brought to the table in these games at the Major. But Elige is not one of those names. No. This guy has to perform.
It's the fire starter of Liquid. 5v4. It's a missed red smoke that does cost Mercury his life. I don't think the captain will be happy with whoever threw that, but Tyloo still get the A site nonetheless. Getting a bomb plant is a different question as smoke spam comes in. Tyloo still look to plug it down. Denied off of the spam. G, don't know if he'll get another chance, especially not with JamYoung noticed in middle. Liquid can keep the pressure on to this one bomb player. 2 low health Ts remain for Tyloo. Liquid have no excuse.
G getting run out from all sides. Can't be expected to deliver low on health, put in a box, and a welcome multi-kill from Elige to slow the roll of Tyloo.
That's with 3 as well, and he has just been delivering round after round.
I mean, it really feels like he took those day 1 games personally, right? He has tried to look a damn sight more involved ever since their opening VO1s at the Major where Liquid got swept.
Liquid feeling like they're still in it. I do wonder what that round would have looked like if the red smoke landed, because it would have been a 1v1 for Mercury, who's on a heater to the donut player into an A split. It's what loses Tyloo all their control. Felt like that was a wasted opportunity, but Tyloo have more than enough room. Control taken. Liquid triple B.
Still 3 strong on this side of the map, and eventually you might kind of feel the urge to go for a bit of a peek as a result, and it's right as they do that Tyloo were trying to move in. Good response for Ultimate here, who's a welcome addition to the scoreboard. But more might be required. Shui getting pressured back in the cave, decides to give it up.
Oh no, rotate to be cut down here. JamYoung, perfect position. Gets the result. They know there's 2B as well, so Tyloo don't have to commit, but there's 15 seconds, so they just go on in. Shui Court looking both ways in the open, dead after 1, and Elige, you wanted more. Well, it's now or never in this CT side because Tyloo put the bomb down and looked for double digits.
Kid's right there, so he can buy himself an extra few more seconds. But G's already on this angle. G's on the line, and that orb nails it.
G hasn't missed a shot in this game, it doesn't feel like. 16 and 6, a 1v2 clutch, closing rounds out with ease. This orb has been worth its weight in gold for Tyloo. Great position for JamYoung. To see Nerds get caught by a red lurk is a bitter pill to swallow. Taste of his own medicine.
I mean, that's just a really awkward round to give away. Ultimate did a great job of thinning the herd on the ramp push, right? Converting that into a favorable spot for Liquid. You leave Tyloo with a 15-second desperate push out through cave, and it still gets away from you. That is a very rough round to swallow if you're Team Liquid. And it might prove to be map-defining as now the money runs dry. They have to take an eco here, and you never really get away from this pressure on the CT side. At any moment, you feel like you could just have the rug pulled from underneath you, and then Tyloo, you know, if they break your money this late in the game, it's all over.
Well, gulp it down because 2 to 3K a player, Liquid can't compete for this round. It's going to be Tyloo 11-6. Unless some madness goes down to B, but Tyloo wisely moving to middle against a low economy. And there is no resistance here. Only Nerds in red room playing 50-50 as Liquid try and take space. They're already going to lose the timing. They've missed this entirely. TyLoo getting closer and closer on this A hit. JamYoung has got nerds easily, yet again. And okay, the flank timing is good for Liquid, but that's all it is. No one in the site to buy time. Nice kill for Ultimate. As the penny drops, TyLoo speed up into this empty site.
Bomb has been planted.
Liquid trying to bankroll. Take guns for later. And to be fair, kills here do come with consequences for TyLoo. They should exit altogether. This is already looking like a dead attacker.
Other players were coming this way as well. They were going to try and exit main. I mean,
yeah, you're screwed.
Might even lose players to the bomb here. That thing goes off and Messiah falls as well. So a lot of casualties there, an expensive round. That's exactly what Team Liquid wanted to do. They force as many deaths as they can.
Look, it's only a problem for TyLoo if they lose this follow-up round. If they win it, we can forgive it and forget about it. But if they lose now, it opens up the opportunity for Liquid to come back and put TyLoo on eco. But I've said it's now or never a couple of times for Liquid. Now it truly is now or never. Fake A-rush.
Yeah, bombs waiting outside of B. I mean, they're trying to run what Liquid looked to do to them towards the end of that first half. This fake A-hit to try and draw rotates out of position. But Liquid haven't fallen for it.
Yeah, no one even moved.
They stopped the spillover of attacker. And now it's silent over towards A. If anything, it might become clear what the goal was. Gonna force a change of plans out of TyLoo. This is where you stand to gain from that hunt at the end of the last round. Good kills out here towards Cave. G and Mosiah dealt with on the other side of the map, and the bomb was here as well, so there's no one within range to even pick that up for TyLoo.
And now those money issues we talked about rear their head here as Liquid cycle the weapons out of position. They throw the AWP away, wanting nothing to happen in this round, forcing TyLoo's hand. And so the save is a must-have here for TyLoo to give them a chance in that follow-up round. Liquid won't come hunting for guns. So a stalemate here in number 18 as Liquid attempt to embark on a flawless run back in regulation. 7 rounds in a row needed. There's the first.
Counter-terrorists win.
I mean, Liquid are not making this major easy for themselves. They've got to do reverse sweeps in more ways than one. Have to try and launch a comeback here on their pick of Ancient. This is all to continue on their mission of the reverse sweep from that 0-2 opening day. TyLoo have got those guns to fall back on, but that's really the only threat present in this round. How are they going to look to use them? Feels like right now as well, if you're Liquid, you're still just kind of treading water, hoping that eventually Elige can get switched online. You feel like this game would be a damn sight easier with him putting up his usual numbers. Having Ultimate up here on the scoreboard, keeping up with the rest of the gang is a welcome addition, right? Nerds still looking good ever since he's gotten into the BO3s. NAF even with a great game. Had a commanding start for Team Liquid. Big question mark is just getting a liege activated and comfortable on Ancient.
G is outside B throwing nades. He doesn't have a gun. He doesn't even have a pistol. He's left it back in spawn. So that's going to completely change the timing of whatever round they're calling. Quick switch for a liege. He's in his head now. Double kill as JamYoung runs through the smoke. Forget G's lack of gun because they've got a double entry.
Ultimate hits one, but so much more is required here. Roland with a second. They're still closing in, and that AWP is removed. NAF-FLY trying to be the difference maker. Pace can slow down a little here as Shui has G trapped behind enemy lines. It's a Glock. Shui has struggled immensely in this game. There's no getting away from it, but that is unforgivable. Bomb now planted, and it's going to fall to NAF in this clutch.
G had no gun.
NAF moves in. You can't believe it's come to this. Tyloo were working with next to nothing in this round. And unless NAF can dig deep, find them out, he can't. Caught looking the wrong way.
Unforgivable is the only word, Harry. It is the only word. You were never going to make a comeback. G is laughing his ass off. He had a knife outside of the B-bomb site. He is able to find Shui on the flank. The flankers should win the round.
That's a Glock he's picked up from spawn.
Forgot to buy. Forgot to arm. Disarms Shui dishonorably. Back in elbow.
Has had some woeful games at this major, but this is fast approaching the worst.
Even without that round, it was already a horrible individual performance. But throw in that round, Harry, and it is worst case scenario. A liege quick switch, not a mistake you expect. Was he re-pulling a smoke, or was he just fiddling? It lets JamYoung get a double entry that surges Tyloo forward to a round win. A round that snuffs any hope out of Liquid coming back in regulation.
Yeah, they got to drag this one into OT, and I really doubt that morale is at an all-time high when you watch that horrific round loss. Everything about it, every detail, even with Ultimate hitting some shots on the AWP, putting on a multi. NAF offering up resistance, it's not enough. The quick switch to open it. The Glock death from Shui.
And the in-game leader of Mercury, 20 and 9.
Yeah, it paints a very stark difference between the two of them.
Calling a great game as well, Tyloo. Have not been in a hurry in these rounds, have not just been mindlessly rushing bomb sites, there's been ideas behind it. Doing some nice A hits, reacting well off of information. Comms have often been a problem in these Chinese teams, but Tyloo have calmly asserted themselves in this second half. They look to do it again. Slow default. Liquid take control back on the B side of the map. But here, Harry, three players dedicated to B lane when there is no one home. This almost feels obvious that Tyloo are going for an A execute, and so Liquid have got to react.
Shadow for ultimate, but he's only landed the tag. Far from the safest pair of hands, but in this map, he's been fairly reliable. Ultimate has to connect some shots here if they try and pressure him back in the temple. At least he's kind of restricted these post plants for Tyloo, and they burn a lot of util to nullify these positions. Spam damage comes in. There's 3 low players for Tyloo in a 5v5 retake. Mercury dead, attempting to drive the knife in the back of Liquid. And so now you're pinned in, you're stuck at the site, you are fighting to your last breath.
No!
JamYoung lines him up, knocks him down, Tyloo's still in this. NAF-FLY closing in, but time is running low. Time puts you under a lot of pressure. Him and Ultimate collect, and Liquid live to fight for one more round.
How the hell do they survive that? It's another multi from NAF-FLY. 3 kills on that retake. A bit of spam through the box that forces the reswing. After a dirty double up from JamYoung, a fully blind Liquid coming through those smokes, they still pick up that post plant. The patience from NAF in middle, snuffing out that late flank for Tyloo that was built to close. And Liquid looking to long it out still. Tyloo will finally give them a breather. An eco round coming in on this T side for the first time.
Yeah, eco round for Tyloo. No one tells Shui. And so a chance to close the gap up even more.
What's G staring at? Chatting away here. As Tyloo gets centered. Very simple A hit. 2 flashes in the left side. And Aleksib has got a lot to do. He's got 0 support. Oh, timing falls off. Smoke comes down, they're gonna run him down. Aleksib needs a multi-kill and he gets 3 off the M4. Massive round, buys room for his team to rotate in. And so Liquid, no calamities here. 3 rounds from overtime, or rather 3 chances for Tyloo to close this game.
Something nice about having 3 chances still in it, right? Going to be able to get a couple of buys, even with your money having to bounce back from being broken in that previous round. 2 proper gun rounds in this for Tyloo, but they're looking to swing for the fences here and now. Again, with a fake exec out in towards A. A lot of footsteps in main, full blanket of util down. But again, Team Liquid do not buy into it.
Interesting, Liquid had no one here, and obviously Tyloo wants to know that, but they've not really faked too much, considering Nerds has just come back in, re-blocked, and taken the space back. So Liquid with all info here, but with no util on this defense, only Nerds' smoke. Still might be enough, as Tyloo look to re-exec. Nerds smokes early. That's good for Tyloo. It's better now than later. Means Tyloo can recommit with their nades in 15 seconds. And take mid-control at the same time. It's what Liquid were looking to do in some of their T-sides.
Oh, they've drawn the full rotate.
They're going up heaven. No red smoke. NAF sees it. He can go back.
Gonna start to try and get ahead of this, sure, but hang on, that bomb's changing its mind again. They're keeping this real, say, dynamic. Also a little bit twitchy in this round as they try to go back in a donut. 2 players here. Aleksib can't hold the line. It's all Mercury right now.
Whoa.
Ultimate dead. NAF-FLY moving in, and he can't find a thing. Shuey from bottom of the board. 1v3 needs to have a heroic moment if Liquid want to stay alive on their pick. And Tyloo, every reason to close this one here and now. Shuey moving in, they hear him every step of the way, and there's the swing that seals their fate. Tyloo with the win on Ancient. Mercury playing a fantastic game right now, and that has inspired the troops. They've run away with Liquid's pick to open up this do-or-die match.
Everyone had their moments there for Tyloo, but for Mercury to lead it far and away at the top of the server, calling it great T-side, a dynamic T-side, a T-side to caught Liquid flustered, and he puts up the frags to back it up. Tyloo take Liquid's map pick in this elimination series.
Adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. Too competitive, I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with that is competitive. Top of the throne and it's me. How you moving so when it's me? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the fire. And they can't stop me.
by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded DIAC 2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
I'm shooting my shot and I'm already grinning. You know that I'm one of them, one that you're sending. You know you've been cutting, you know I'm ascending. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning. I'm one of them winning.
The return of Area 51, Alienware's highest performance desktop yet. Equipped with powerful Intel Core Ultra processors. Innovative architecture designed for ultimate gaming. Engineered to evolve alongside your game. Encounter the legendary Area 51 at Alienware.com.
Create a lobby by your own rules.
Simple.
Simple.
Saiwu for me.
I would say simple.
For me, it still has to be Saiwu, but I think that's because he's been so consistent for so many years and he has almost all the records. I think he is the guy who potentially might win the most majors of all. So yeah, he's still young. He has all the records already, and I think the future is in his own hands, you know.
I think that would be Saiwu as well.
Forest. It's simple.
Simple. So, CSGO, it's of course simple, and if it's on CS2, I think it's on this too, but I think I'll say Saiwu.
Donk.
Simple.
Still simple, I think, but not for a long time.
Saiwu. Simple, of course.
Simple, but it will be Donk soon.
Saiwu.
His name is NAF. Nerds and NAF.
Simple. Well, I didn't play 1.6 and stuff, so I can't say one of those guys. But I'm just gonna say simple still for me.
Saiwu. Simple.
Simple.
The GOAT, in my opinion, is simple.
Simple.
I'm gonna be biased here and say Forest, because he's a role model since I was a kid, so I'm just gonna say Forest.
I think I have to take simple as well.
Simple.
I put simple.
Simple. I mean, through history, it should be simple now, but I do believe like the best player in the prime of all time is actually Dunk. But he can't be the GOAT yet because he don't have that many years, right? But if he keeps going like this, he will become the GOAT.
Simple. Maybe Saiwu, because he won the most. Like the best opera is simple, but the GOAT is Saiwu.
Saiwu.
Sasha.
I'm gonna have to go with Saiwu in some year, so I would put Saiwu already.
Still simple.
Do you have like a move or something that you do that your teammates like to joke about?
I mean, whenever in practice games and Faceit and officials also, if I think it's the right moment to pick up the AWP, whenever a teammate or enemy has died, I like to pick up the AWP, and I'm very good at it. So my teammates like recognize the skill sometimes, and like they know like whenever they see me picking up the AWP, they know the round is probably won.
Yeah, so the way I sit when I play, I have my keyboard close, and I look a bit silly because my left arm is like, I don't know, like do I look weird right now or what? Because they make fun of me for looking weird like this.
Does look kind of weird.
Yeah, so I guess I'm weird for sitting.
My signature move this event is being 1 minute late for everything. So
I think I need to fix that for sure. I don't want this to be my signature move anymore, so I need to fix this.
When I play, Insanity laugh that I crouch with my palm. Like I use this finger to shift and my palm to use control. And Insanity laugh about it, but I just it's a custom. I cannot change this.
Signature move, joke about. I mean, usually if someone's running across my screen, I can never track them, so they always call me like. What do you guys call it?
It looks like you're dragging a bag of bricks. Basically, like it looks like he's trying to drag a bag of bricks because he's like tracking just behind the guy the whole time. It looks so heavy.
I mean, yeah, there's just general IGL woofs. That's usually the funniest.
2 CT rotating, guys. T double flashed.
It's all pink, double short. Dead.
Nice!
Fucking go, guys. Insane call coming. Good job.
Good job, guys.
Well played, boys.
I'm planting.
Try to plant. Secure the plan. I'm going down after.
Temple. Two temple. One more temple, close. Close temple, boys. Set together.
Nice.
Upper. I'm holding donut.
Okay. You can play for the win. I'm staying default.
Yeah. Staying alive.
I'll sim CT, yeah. CT, close.
I'm playing for the win.
Nice.
Good job, boys. Good job.
Where's Blade rolling?
Where's this fucking go? Where did he drop it? Oh.
Let's be honest, that was one of the few times that Liquid were yelling nice in this map, because ultimately it was Tyloo with a statement start to this one. And I say a statement because that was Liquid's map pick, which was crucial for Tyloo to get over the line if they want to keep their heads above water here at the Major.
Yeah, a very disappointing start for Team Liquid on what was supposed to be a good map for them, what was supposed to be a comfortable pick for them on Ancient, but they were trailing from start to finish. We saw Tyloo win the pistol, we saw them convert. Then sure, Liquid answered back a couple of times on the T side, led by Nerds in particular, who were very good in the opening kill department. He gave them a bit of a breathing room, but it felt like, Maui, that they always had to fight from behind, that they were always trying to catch up with Tyloo, and then every time they got close, every time they had a chance, they fucked it up.
True. Couldn't have said it better myself, Pim. I frequently felt like in this game, Tyloo looked a step ahead of Liquid. And Liquid, despite the fact that they've now had a couple months with the Liege, that they should have packed out their playbook in a way, they still don't really look like they're causing any misdirection. A lot of the plays are very straightforward. And the thing is, Tyloo, you can't take them lightly. You can't just run into cave, one peek after the other, just try to contact up the B ramp. Use the fact that you have players that like a tactical system, that like to make a complicated flowchart to your advantage, and then make Tyloo guess what your next move is. And I think that the straightforward approach, if you can just bully your way in and it's working every time, sure, but that was not the case today. The better fraggers were decidedly on the Tyloo side.
A lot of very happy Tyloo fans in the crowd, whereas a lot of very stressed Team Liquid fans won at that. I think we should look at the end of the first half, though, because as you said, Jake, great start for Tyloo into this one. What was the tale of the end of this first
Well, I want to give Tyloo credit because they played a proactive CT style where they didn't give a lot of breathing room towards Team Liquid. They were constantly pushing them. They were constantly being aggressive. Round 12 is a great example of where they early on into the round, it's not this relentless kind of aggression where you're just brute forcing your way into it and you're challenging from the get-go. They found their moment, right? You see it right here. Liquid want to take mid control. Nades are being exchanged. Instead of just running in, taking nade damage, they're waiting a little bit for the first wave of the nades, then coming in. A player up from heaven gets a double kill. That's Mercury, and you think to yourself, all right, Tyloo, you put yourself in a winnable position. They fall back, they play the numbers. At this time, a player all by himself right here. He's well aware that all he has to do is get one kill to keep this run alive, and he's doing his absolute best. I don't know what the hell Elise is looking at right here, ignoring the guy who's been shooting at him for 3 times. But anyway, you're keeping yourself alive, you're winning a 3v2 situation, and you win the round. I like this, you know, calculated aggression coming out for Tyloo. Sometimes we describe Asian Counter-Strike as just in your face all the time. Well, it was, you know, but after the first wave of the grenades.
It felt like every time they wanted to re-aggress, get some more info, it was off of a team play. They're double peeking into ramp. They're flashing for a swing together. At the beginning of the round, as they got the multi-kill, it was because 2 guys were fighting down. So they've modernized, Tyloo that is, their playbook. They know what the meta starters are. They're running them to a strong degree. Whereas Liquid, on the other hand, sometimes looks like there's a little bit of confusion. I feel like sometimes the 2 players maybe didn't actually iron something out in freeze time. I saw mollies overlapping for the players as well. So that's obviously not going to do them well. But this is another weird round for them. And I'm going to give credit to Tyloo here. I know this was at the time looked like a quick switch from Elige, but his smoke was about to fade in about 1 second or 2 seconds. So it was natural to pull your smoke out there. And despite the fact that Ultimate does a great job to bring them back into this one, I'm going to be honest. This next part, inexcusable. How on earth does Shuhei lose to a Glock pimp? Like a Glock, like he just gets wide swung there. Tracking aim isn't there for him. Credit to G, because that is a miracle. Like he just put together a miracle round for him and Attacker to close things out, but I could not believe my eyes that Liquid lost in that fashion.
That's kind of why I used the F-bomb just before, right? Liquid were coming back, they were closing the gap. You have a very winnable situation right here, and then Shuhei just couldn't get it over the finish line. It's also a little bit symptomatic for his tournament so far. Here in Stage 2, he's the second worst rated player, only outdone by Vexite, who's at 0.55 rating. Shuhei currently at 0.57 with 5 maps played. I know Shuhei is not supposed to be a hardcore fracking in-game leader. He's been before, you know, he's shown that he can do it, but poising a 0.57 rating over the course of 5 maps, that is beyond all standards. Not even Kerrigan would be acceptable.
I tell you who else was there with the slow starts, though. Elige, man.
Yeah.
I hate to see this from Elige. I was very excited when, you know, he returned to Liquid. I kind of thought, okay, maybe it's a coming home party. This is not the home I want to see Elige in. Absolutely not.
That's why it's so hard to watch this version of Liquid, because we've seen all of their players, maybe with the exception of Ultimate, succeed on other rosters. But for whatever reason, when this 5-man lineup comes together, you get 20% worse than you would if I saw Nerds on probably today's NIP, than even when I saw Elige on FaZe Clan. When I mean, even what NAF is usually putting up in terms of as a player, and of course Shuhei, the fall from grace has been dramatic. This is so disappointing for all of these guys, and off of what has been an incredibly rough year, bar none. Like, nobody here has really tasted success whatsoever. It would mean everything in the world for them to get a little bit of redemption at the end of the year in the form of a deep run here in Budapest. And if they just crash out here, you're just wondering, what were we doing for the last 2 months, 3 months, ever since we added Elige?
Isn't it crazy to think that Elige in Counter-Strike 2, ever since the game came out, where he found the most success, wasn't in Team Liquid, hasn't been in Team Liquid, was not in FaZe. It was in complexity.
Oh my God.
It was in complexity where he was the star player, where he was actually getting into playoffs, where he was even in a grand final of an event, where he was legitimately, you know, finding the level of gameplay that would put him in the top 10 ranking of individual players out there. He's nowhere near to be found that right now because he's just not functioning. He didn't function in FaZe. He's not functioning in Team Liquid right now, and I don't know what it is, you know. When Elige is playing well, I love to watch him play. When Elige is not functioning, when he's being caught off guard, when he's not finding impact, it's just not fun to watch him then.
Give me some thoughts on Train, Tyloo's pick coming into this series.
Well, they've already played it at this event. It was a surprise pick, given the fact that they really don't go for this in a veto, generally speaking. So you have to take what we saw from M80. They love going B. 8 of the 11 rounds that they played on their T side were focused on that bomb site. They even have some looks that I don't really see all too often. They'll take IV control, try to go through the back lanes, flank the B players. So they have a lot of unique looks, and with how Liquid looked there on Ancient, just discombobulated, communication's not there. Tyloo's gonna find themselves in some very advantageous positions.
Not only is it a surprise pick for Tyloo to bring out Train at this tournament, something they clearly have been working on, for Team Liquid, I also feel like it's a punish pick. The last 8 times Liquid have played the map, they lost 7 of those, right? It is one of the worst maps in their map pool right now, and it used to be in the beginning to try to brute force their way into it. Nerds used to be a very impactful player on a map like Train, same for Ultimate. I just don't see it happening right now for Team Liquid.
Is this the end of the line for Liquid? Only time or Train will tell.
Headed to Train now. Liquid had a couple of minutes there to get a bit of a breather, try and prepare themselves for turning this one around. For Tyloo, commanding stuff from the get-go.
Every one of you, I don't care what happened in the past, this is now a new match. Let's fucking go, let's be a fucking team, okay boys? I believe in all of you.
And Nerds trying to hype up the boys ahead of this game. Ultimate secured an opening in this pistol, takes it one step further with a second. Bomb will get planted, but Nerds here to spring the trap and leaves it just on 2. Mercury was lights out from round 1 of that last map, but here dead straight away. Convincing start in this pistol round for Liquid.
Yeah, 1 round at a time is the Liquid regiment here in map number 2. It's a surprising entry to the veto, as Ades discussed. And a lot of unknowns here coming into the second map of the series, especially for Liquid, who have had ample devastation here on Train. Tyloo looking to improve upon their minimal games played. So this one could be a bit of a fiesta. Force buy up for Tyloo on the hardest half. Looking to upset the apple cart. Shuey on the flank. Oh, did he see them there? Nerds need to be ready. They are walking right by. He gets a double kill. Lovely hold for Nerds. Shuey's activation never comes in, but with the bomb dropped, attacker might just be a dead man walking. Shuey will find him. Tyloo get out and about behind enemy lines, but it won't matter as Liquid hold on clean in this anti-force. Slow and steady on the CT side.
T-halves for Tyloo on Train have always been a bit of a struggle. So Liquid have at least have that to look forward to.
It's Liquid's first pistol in the series, which is something. Definitely going to be eye-testing Shuey on this map. He's put on his worst 2 maps and majors at this tournament. Paravision and Ancient v Tyloo. Bit of redemption would go a long way for Liquid. It's Tyloo who just need their pick to eliminate the North American hopefuls here from the competition.
NAF there to stop the Glocks from spilling over. And so clean stuff to open. Some money made here for Liquid. Getting solid ground under their feet to open up on Train. But these guns are coming. That's inevitable. Tyloo ready to bring them out now. We have an AWP in play for G. It's rifles across the board. Bit of aggression, potentially, to open things up out here towards Ivy. Good jump check for Mosiah, sees the push. Ultimate NAF creeping up on the Ivy side, and they've got attacker back turned. Maybe a bit of a gap in the comms there, because Mosiah was ready for that push, was trying to watch the Ivy side, and attacker just gets offered up for free. Very awkward death to give away.
Tyloo was slow and steady on Ancient. It looks like similar starting to Train. Blocked a pop, looking to still come through here. Bit of a rush through the smoke. Ultimate playing behind it. Player does make it through with a kill. It's JamYoung's double. Maybe not in vain. G1v1, 2 kills to his name. Where's Nerds come from, the B player?
That's just been the anti-clutcher throughout this tournament for Liquid. The guy that always puts a stop to them, and he'll do it again.
Sure. Liquid will take that. Nice try for Tyloo, putting together a hit through liquid smoke. Those clutches on the outer side can be very difficult. So many positions open, so many timings available for that B player. Where can they be? Everywhere. Tyloo decide to buy down again.
Considering this one started with that like awkward, unforced error out towards the Ivy push, Tyloo can take a bit of solace in the fact that they made it so close. But you don't want to kind of give Liquid a second wind here. Need to dial in a little bit, Tyloo, as they look for their first T-side round. Chewy starts this one off pretty aggressively as they walk this smoke over towards Pop. Could be that first point of contact right here. Flash through out towards main, and they try and go now. It's a tag down range for Chewy, but left blind. It takes NAF coming in to wrestle these kills back. But look at the space on JamYoung. They give him a second to let him play, and ultimate there to shut him down.
Good comms there to realize a player is snipped by.
3 low players for Liquid. G in the clutch. Ultimate missed shot. There's a minute left to play with. And Nertz is flanking, which could just have this dead to rights. Strong position, Nertz collects.
Okay.
So any nerves from the low HP dodged with Nertz's wraparound.
Liquid playing comfortable and confident right now. This was an interesting veto alone. The fact that they went for Ancient. That and Mirage has been their most successful maps this season. I didn't have much expectation of Train, a map that they've, for the most part, avoided. 5-0 up right now. Tyloo not really able to get stuck into any of these rounds with the exception of the G1v1. Third map of this series is Inferno. Liquid banning out Mirage in the final stage. Again, another comfort map, but maybe feeling somewhat freer from that Inferno that they gave us yesterday against MIBR where a Liege popped off. Liquid trying to get us there, drag us into a decider. Tyloo taking their sweet time. Gun picked up. Is Messiah going to hand it over at any point? Low health. Mercury on a heater last map. Would definitely like to see the captain claim the weapon. And so attacker will take it for now. Tyloo walking to Nertz off angle.
G going first with all the util. That's rough. It won't even matter because Nertz deals with every single player that comes into his screen.
Not ready for that position.
Yeah, little off angle. I mean, Nertz has been hard to predict out here towards the halls. Getting a lot of value from him on the extremities, whether it's getting aggressive, getting info, playing these off angles. Nertz has been switched on. There's no denying it.
Yeah, I don't know why attacker gets the rifle. Would have been the last guy I'd give it to on this team. It's been the statistical bottom player for Tyloo for some time. Especially when you just have Mercury on that last map, but bygones be bygones, and Tyloo by round. Need to do something on this T side to justify this map pick. It was already rogue enough. We know they like their B hits. Liquid do as well, starting too strong in this position. Tyloo start quad B. One player holding the spawn. Zaya. Push into Pop, denied. So Shui 4v5s for Liquid. Let's see what this looks like now for Tyloo. They get all the room to just run and execute into this inside site. The question is, do they commit with it? Attacker and Pop and Messiah and Spawn gives you a way out.
Flashdown ramp. They're going into Nerds' domain. Not the guy you want to face right now, not when he's got the support of NAF-FLY. Nerds dropping down, going to catch G on a perfect timing, and he's just a laser beam. I mean, this really does change things, right? If Nerds is going to play like this, it gives you a tremendous degree of faith in Team Liquid.
Bianca should not be this comfortable right now when he's getting limited support. A lot of multi-kills coming in for Nerds. It just makes you feel so much freer on this outer site. Doesn't feel like Ultimate needs to be hard-pressed to rotate in. Both lurkers found on A here for Tyloo. The one-man army inside is enough for Liquid. 7-0. Tyloo's map pick, why? Is the question.
I mean, if everything kind of stays as is, if you're able to get, again, you know, the main thing, just feeling like if you get a leash switched on, I actually think this could still end up being a comfortable one for Team Liquid. Nerds has been so solid here, 11-1. NAF across the series has actually been super stable as well. And even Ultimate showing up in spite of some quiet games this major. Good trades for Tyloo into this 3-on-3, but that Ultimate Orf rallies off for a kill.
Oh no.
Nerds gets cut down, rotating in, and so now it is just a Liege in the hot seat. 1v2, and the seat's hot indeed. Forces him wide into JamYoung.
That's
all right, Tyloo, welcome to the game. It takes them 8 rounds, but they're on the board.
Takes them a lot of chaos, doesn't it? Trades back and forth for every single player. Just Nerds who looks the most uncomfortable coming through this smoke. Surprising to see. A Legion, nice try, but getting cooked backside. JamYoung just needs that one bullet, and Tyloo are on the board. You could barely tell from their money. Got a pistol and a MAC-10 coming into this next round. It costs them everything. Liquid can buy full. And Ultimate gets involved early, eats the nade, but still goes through the pop side. Nerds ready to jump up and get involved at this B side as well. I trust in him. He's even able to dive out. No harm, no foul.
Gone aggressive all the way up through pop. Now this does leave him fighting for his life.
I guess it counts.
A technical 1-for-1 with G landing a TK there. A little awkward. Flash in, Ultimate with the cover. And man, you know, been critical of some of his games here at the Major, but in this one, Ultimate has felt very, very safe, really, since he's gotten into the BO3. He's felt like he's had a bit of an uptick.
And he was reliable. He was someone you could depend upon in that MIBR game. He is, you know, at times a Mirage merchant, right? He's always good for a great game at a Major on Mirage, but right now showing up here on Train as well. CT side, 9-2. Saved Shui's life in this round, or at least delayed his death, but he has missed the timing as Tyloo scaled into the bomb site. 2 players made it through. They're going to flank. They're going to go right behind Liquid. They won't take the free site. They want everything.
Just don't make any noise. Keep it quiet, low and slow. 2 kills right here. Don't just take the first one for free. They fire off early, and they're going to find Nerds as well. That missed timing really comes back to hurt Liquid, and even this path of rotation, if you wanted to try, it's being considered, it's being held onto. There's no world that you can play back into this.
We'll give it a go. He's got a kit, he's got timing at least, but Ultimate is so far away. Unless kills present to NAF. Might just have to throw in the towel on this one. Tyloo looking for that 5-round-in-a-row recovery on the half. Really awkward timing for Ultimate. Felt like he would have absolutely nailed those shots on that line, but goes to check main. And in the timing he does, Tyloo crossed 2 players through connector.
All right. Time to see if 7-1 is the most dangerous scoreline on Trade.
Well, don't call Aurora. They will not answer.
Terrorists win.
Mercury 0-9 right now. What a fall off after the hard carry on Ancient. Don't count him out of a recovery here on this second map. In fact, Tylo will need him if they're going to manifest this 5-round T-side. Flashy drilling them right now.
I mean, dude, we only get to hear snippets from Flashy's little chime-ins during the timeouts, but oftentimes feels like he's relaying really solid stuff to Team Liquid.
It's quite tactical, right? It's not always cheerleader coach stuff where he's just saying, come on, guys, you've got to stay in the game. It's, you know, he's calling specific rounds and he's calling specific counters or even just more macro stuff. So let's see what Liquid have got here in this gun round. Can they keep Tyloo out? Aggressive utility towards B from both teams. It's ultimate on the line, missed shot. Shui, ever present, ever aggressive in the pop dog. He gets dinked, but he survives. Him and Elige can leave. With that molly up, they should. Shui smokes and they abandon ship as Liquid go to replenish that B bomb site. 2 players here. Nerds is 11-3. He has been a rock. Tyloo, full B execute into the stack.
Lockdown on ramp, that kind of nullifies all of these Molotovs. It forces you to play on a second timing now. Nerd's going to dodge the flashes, and I mean, you've come to expect brilliance from him in this game. He'll deliver it again.
Incredible.
So often, like lambs to the slaughter, they go to Nerds. And once more, it leaves G in a very unlikely clutch. Elige has his number here, boxes him in at pop. NAF might fall. But how much more does G have in him? 2 kills so quickly. Nerds is on for the backstab here, so you're just buying time. You believe that Nerds can secure this. The ultimate miss comes out. G with a plant. Nerds still far away from closing in. G, this was a 1v5. You are not supposed to win this, and Nerds stops him in his tracks. The X Factor, the anti-clutch, the guy keeping this clean for Team Liquid.
Oh my goodness, that was, you know, Shui on 10 health as well, so it really had to be all from Nerds. Elige not swinging off the trade, living to regret it. And G with a damn good try in the 1v5. We've had so many near 1v5s in these last couple of days, but Liquid are just not going to let it happen. You've seen that before. 8-2. Tyloo absolutely slowed down on this T side.
They're trying to fight attacker here. They've got him boxed in. He's living on borrowed time, and they'll just hound him down. Rosalia with a smoke walk, gonna find one on this backstab, and now they can pick up the pace. JamYoung entries fly through aplenty. NAF and Nerds, 2 top performers for Team Liquid left in this 2v4. With the games they've been having, you'd be foolish to fully discount them. It's when Nerds falls on that smoke push that surely it's over. NAF, bore down low in this skirmish. He did well to get out with a double. But it looks like this is the end of the line for NAF-FLY.
Four is enough.
Yeah, if they're able to scrape by with 4, they can still find something to go on in this second half.
Wouldn't hate 4 here, given how this game started for Liquid. It was a 7-0 streak. Great return to form, and one thing Liquid seem to have had, at least, is some resilience. The fact that they were able to get through MIBR as clean as they did on the first map, coming off of a 0-2, able to survive multiple overtimes, multiple match points they should have won, and still close that game. And now here, responding despite Tyloo finding an impressive win, a bit of a soul-crushing loss in that first map of Ancient. Liquid longing out train to look for Inferno. Mercury still yet to get a frag in this T side. G AWP attempt. Smokes are on the way. Ollie's making claustrophobic. Ultimate throws his AWP in upper. It's a quick kill and it's no trade. Ultimate allowed to evade capture. Oh, good catch for G.
I mean, really, these rounds have just come down to G and JamYoung trying to be difference makers, and one of those two is out of this final round of the half. Flash in, NAF playing a very confident game, wasn't ready for a second player. Messiah anti. Tyloo grind out at 3-on-3, and that's what this round has been. It's what this T-side's been. You're always expecting a lot of mobility out of Nerds, so even bringing this bomb back through the halls feels so risky. You're checking everything.
So is he.
And he's going to face off against G. Has to be quick on the AWP. That is not an easy shot to hit. Nerds knocked out, and the red carpet rolled out for a B play. Backstab for Shui. Okay. He really cannot afford to flub this one. He's got every reason to win it, but there's Messiah on an awkward timing. Shui caught. Final shot for G, sails past. Ultimate given a chance to play, but 1-on-3, odds against him. And time ticking down. Slowed by the flashes, Ultimate put down, and Tyloo shoot for 4 on the half. It's not much, but it's what they're left with. Liquid might have started strong. They now move on to the T side for their lifeline in Budapest.
Liquid look down and out after Ancient, but they found their lifeline in the form of Train. 7 straight rounds on the CT side of Tyloo's map pick has put Liquid in control of the half. Tyloo woken up, Mercury still hasn't, but Liquid still have to finish what they've started if they want to drag this series out and survive another day in Budapest.
Yeah, they get by with a very top-heavy scoreboard right now. Nerds, NAF-FLY, and Ultimate all hitting hard. That's got to keep up into this T side, and I mean, you would breathe so much easier if you find success in this pistol. Mercury caught on an awkward timing, gets his first kill now in this pistol, but end of the line. Nerds, double kill and space taken. From the moment we got into the BO3s, Nerds has been determined to play a different brand of Counter-Strike. He's been way more aggressive, way more assertive, more like the Nerds of old. And with the space taken in this pistol, this should be a very tough one to give away. Ultimate with the spot. Nerds, they're teed up for him. Back's turned. Missed opportunity in with the first, but makes up for it. It just leaves G. Head on a swivel with these dual Berettas. Peaks that don't need to be given away, and time running low. Liquid walk away with a pistol round.
Okay. Liquid right there now. Both pistols in this map after neither on Ancient. It makes all the difference. Early momentum. It's the name of the game with how this map started here for Liquid. It was Tyloo coming in late. But a far simple call here for Liquid, catching Tyloo by surprise. Nades in hands for Mercury. JamYoung barely up the ladder. Tyloo force up. Oh, finishes that.
Oh my god, that's another tag from G.
He hasn't even been hit himself. Big threat on Ivy right now. Liquid just bail.
I mean, this becomes a pretty tricky round now. You're not up against a hell of a lot. You have the edge in terms of the firepower, but just Ultimate being tagged down low.
Just need your other rifles to carry you through here. Need Liege, Nerds. Find this split timing on the A site. But they've got no molly to flush out attacker. It's a very powerful position. Site util coming in.
These flashes won't do a thing to attacker in this position, though. He's got kills on a platter right here. The fall off, punished after one, still gets his. Messiah holding on to NAF as he tries to make his way out from Ivy. Gonna catch a man back at the site. Mercury out in the open. Two players here to try and punish NAF, and they will manage it. Backstab out from JamYoung on his Deagle. And Ultimate bounds away, gets out of the danger, but only for a moment. Has a bomb plant available, tap on it, trying to bait the reaction, bait the peek, and Tyloo don't move a muscle. They now know it's a fake, and they're expecting a reaction here from Ultimate in this clutch. Two players hold on to this push. Ultimate should be no surviving this. First shot lands. G tries to swing out now, and Ultimate's got him. Ball rolling on this clutch. Ultimate sight wide open, and JamYoung on the other end of the map has a lengthy rotate to begin. He's been a shot away from certain death this entire time. Can Ultimate prop up Team Liquid? Yes, he can! Roland from Poland's in the house, and Liquid lock in double digits.
Unbelievable clutch, unbelievable throw from Tyloo there. The setup is abysmal. Ultimate capitalizes so well. G tucked with Messiah facing. If he jiggles safe, G can play off his contact or other way around, but Ultimate reads it perfectly, realizes there's a second player there, and peeks into the last as well. Huge 4K clutch from Ultimate. And that is a round you kick yourselves for if you're Tyloo. That was your one-way ticket back into this game. Tyloo back their aim.
And am I seeing this right? They're force buying again.
Oh dear, desperate. Doing damage to Liquid's economy. Tempts Tyloo back in for another swing.
But this is a real all or nothing type play.
This late in the game, it has to work, or we're talking about Inferno.
If you lose this, you're just force buying what, to the end of the game, or you're hoping you can run back 8 in a row into overtime? They're not thinking about if they lose it though. Playing with determination, they chase down a Liege on that push out through main. The rest of Liquid look towards this B site. And Nerds has just been a rock with Ultimate and NAF-FLY hitting hard around him. You've still got the heavy hitters for Team Liquid left to deal with. JamYoung, his famed Deagle, sees a bunch of targets on screen. That shot is beautiful, but will be forgotten about as Nerds brushes Tyloo aside. G's not long for this world. Finished off back at the spawn, and that risky purchase for Tyloo leaves him with nothing at the end of train.
It doesn't surprise you that it's Nerds finding 3 kills on this B bomb site again. It's 20 and 7 on the numbers. Beautiful game from him and Ultimate. Barely behind after that clutch up. And Liquid just surging towards the finish line here. Tyloo regretting their map pick, that's for sure. They've not even been in this game. Liquid, speed, full blind, run and gun for Shuey. He's going to follow up as well. Trying to feel the game finally in this series.
Not even the save is guaranteed. Liquid know the value of removing this gun. It's really all they have to worry about in this next round. Shuey stands to do it with the backstab and a big hat trick from the captain, who has had a really, really rough time at this major. A good hunt at the close. And Liquid with 8 chances to close this out, and no proper investment for Tyloo. They don't even really get to play this CT side with their aggressive purchases into the half.
Matches like this really show the difference what one map can make. Mercury from a blinder to blind, 2 and 15. And Liquid, full control the entire way through this map, anything but on Ancient. The Liege has gone under the radar in both maps of this series, but come Inferno, going to be very important he performs in the rotate position. Liquid look to lock us in 4 kills away. Almost no util remains here for Tyloo, and Nerds, who has just been the biggest nightmare for Tyloo, looks to find this entry into the B bomb site. Oh, overwhelmed.
I mean, he's not really used to his plans not working out, right? Wherever Nerds has wanted space, he's often just been able to get it. Losing him here leaves Liquid on the back foot. Shuey found as well as he tries to lurk out through Pop, leaves it just on Ultimate and NAF-FLY. And now it's the latter walking this smoke. Plenty of eyes on it. Tyloo will get to play some gun rounds on this CT half after all.
Yeah, the risk of those early force buys felt like it would leave them without a chance, but they've earned their couple of punches here at Liquid. Can't afford for anything to go wrong here in the CT side.
Did he see bomb or no?
Maybe not Liege's day here.
Want to do something a bit more poppy here to Liquid. They've got flashes lined up. They stream out through Pop, and Tyloo, we're not ready for the pace of this round. G wrestling back kills with the transfer. 2-on-2 with Messiah dead. It's just on JamYoung, and they'll chase him down. NAF there to close it. That's how you want to bounce back if you're Liquid. Commanding stuff from a trio at the heart of this team. Elige might not be there putting up big numbers, but the rest of the squad are. Nerds, masterclass to open. NAF riding shotgun, and Ultimate with that stellar 1 versus 3 to really signpost this half, this map for Team Liquid.
Yeah, hard game to expect from Liquid, but out of nowhere they come through with a bang. A dismantling of Tyloo sends us all the way into the night for the finale of this series.
throne it is me. How you move it so when it's speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the fire.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Got a lot of shine. Running up the number, that's a lot of crime. Try to take it from me, must be out your mind. Where in retake will you pull out that clutch? Where you'll be testing your deadliest thing? Where are we perfectly training all day? Ready? X-play, X-play, X-play, X-play, X-play, X-play, X-play, GG!
Do you have like a talisman or something that you bring to events?
Yeah, I have this just dog/fox. I would say like for me it's dog, but some say it's fox. Just talisman with my girlfriend.
You're looking at him. It's Robert.
Robert?
Yes, he's our talisman and he's from Latvia.
Yeah, I have a few. I think this is my main one, the thing that I put in my keyboard. This was a gift from my last manager in Furia, Aleksib, and this is my lucky charm in my keyboard, and so it's always with me.
Not really. I see some people like put it next to their PC, but I just have my chain. It was a gift from my mom to my birthday, and ever since then I travel with it to the events, and yeah, just wear it.
This little guy.
Where did you get that from?
My girlfriend made it.
Do you have like a talisman that you bring to games?
Yes, this one. Some fan gave me this last maybe year ago, something like this. It's actually my nickname. It's what my nickname means. Yeah.
What does your nickname mean?
Little squirrel.
I don't have a physical thing, but I have this knife that I put my girlfriend name in the knife, so and hurt, and I think just the knife.
Over here. This I bring it every time when I travel. Yes.
Where did you get it from?
It's from my girlfriend.
Do you have like a talisman or something that you bring to events?
Yeah, I have this.
CS2 has certainly been explosive this year, and it will culminate on one final epic stage. The pinnacle of Counter-Strike.
The StarLadder Budapest Major is what every player dreams of. To overcome fear, doubt, rivals, titans, and lift the trophy that transforms them from contenders to legends. But maybe not like this. Victory is one thing, but to do it in an arena full of real fans, now that's what truly forges legends. This major will be unlike any other, hosted in a modern coliseum and taking place on a magnificent stage, granting 20,000 fans unparalleled views and unrivaled access to the best teams competing. Too small. That's more like it. Don't miss your chance to feel the energy and experience the emotions live. Claim your place among legends in the making. Buy your ticket now for the StarLadder Budapest Major.
I'll be waiting for you, mother cluckers.
Liquid looking to earn a spot in the playoffs, but it's going to be a long road to get there. But that all being said, this is a great answer back. The fact that Tyloo bring Train into the series and the fact that Liquid close it out 13-5. You know what, Jacob? Maybe I was wrong for writing Liquid off after what was a dismal performance on their own map to start off this series. It seems like they've turned over a new leaf after map 2.
I don't think you were necessarily wrong in doing that. I just think that Liquid positively surprised us, you know, by once again having a great showing. I feel like we saw it kind of against MIBR yesterday as well. One map was shaky, one map was not looking great, and one map they were dominating. And I feel that's the issue with Team Liquid, and that's sort of like the same thing we speak about when it comes to Astralis as well. We see glimpses, Maui. We see that Liquid can play good Counter-Strike. That CT side, they had it on a lockdown the first 9-10 rounds. Then they allowed Tyloo to win a couple of rounds to make the half somewhat close. But overall, felt like Liquid were one step ahead and had it under control for the vast majority of the game.
Definitely helps when you have two really great starts to your half, just pistol, conversion, winning the first gun round. I feel like Tyloo, had they have won one of those pistols, really competitive affair. Other than that, though, don't have much to talk about regarding them because, honestly, they really just got stuffed in a lot of their initial plans.
Wasn't the most exciting map, if being honest. There was one moment. We've got to talk about the ultimate clutch that you managed to pull off. This was just incredible work, incredible movement, and yeah, just reading Tyloo like a book in this one.
He took matters into his own hands. I mean, he read that Tyloo was going to be approaching him, and instead of just planting the bomb, trying to play a standard post-plant situation, takes the fight right to them. Good read that the fight was going to be coming from there. Honestly, the prescience to recognize that G would likely peek into his angle also is fairly ridiculous. And then I think at this point, he heard JamYoung, just swings right into him, makes sure that he's taking the fight. Every single shot, point, precision, honestly. I don't know if I've seen a better moment from Ultimate at a major than that. So great stuff.
That's the thing. He did with 38 HP, not taking any damage whatsoever as well. I agree with you. Maybe not so well played by Tyloo, but for Ultimate to make sure Liquid never got into a competitive affair, that was a nice clutch.
Well, I am very curious to hear how the team reacted, so let's listen in to this mic'd up moment.
Juice, let's go. Nice on him. Well played, let's fucking go, bro. You're so good.
What a confidence-boosting moment, not only for Ultimate, but for just the entirety of Team Liquid after you get to pull that one off, right? When you've been basically dismantled and your map pick prior to this is a great way to be really getting yourself back into the series and getting yourself as a serious contender in this matchup as well.
Listen, he's buying time. He's buying time for Liquid. Obviously, they're avoiding to be eliminated now, heading into Inferno, which is a good thing for them. One thing we have to talk about is the absence of Elise, the absence of the big star player within Team Liquid. Nowhere to be found here again on train, struggling massively, even on the CT side. He was trying to force the issue sometimes, playing very aggressive, and the few times Tyloo found openings on their T side, it was Elise who gave them up, and I think that's an issue, right? Ultimate, sure. Liquid, sure. They bought some more time. They bought some more time for Elise, but we gotta see him do better.
Well, at least the backline's taken care of. NAF had a fantastic game. The way that even though Elige was dying towards that outside yard, he's able to chime in with a couple nice shots from the back lanes, generally from that Ivy position. There's a cleanup crew. So even if things get a little bit messy for the entry fraggers in Nerds, in Elige, it does seem like the supporting cast is there. So NAF doing what he does, making sure that he's raising the floor, making sure that even a bad plan is one that he can clean up.
I don't know Elige personally, just going back to your point, Jacob, but I believe you've had some experience on a team, potentially back in the past with him. He doesn't look super happy right now, does he? He's a confidence player, right?
He is a confidence player, and he's a guy who needs a good start to a map in order to get rolling. He's also a guy who has the ability to reset from map to map, and I think that was what we saw on train. He was forcing the issue, right? He didn't have a great showing necessarily on Ancient. None of the Liquid players had. He wanted to come in on train, make a statement, which is why he's playing a little bit too aggressive. There was even a 1v5 attempt from G, I believe that was, where he's the first one, you know, giving up his full position, giving up his body for no reason whatsoever. That's Elise screaming, I want that frag, I want some confidence, I want to look good on the scoreboard so I can get going into the game. And then it just hurts even more so when it doesn't work out. And that cannot be the case heading into Inferno. He needs to find some sort of impact. Good thing for Elise though, last time he did play Inferno, his rating was 2.2. So maybe he has a bit of confidence there.
Maybe that's the reason why the sponsors are swinging back to what we saw before we headed into this series. What's your take on this Inferno then, Maui? Who's gonna close it out?
I don't think Liquid are out of the woods just yet. The way that Tyloo's been playing this map, even though they've been on a losing streak, it has been competitive. They took Vitality the full distance the last time they played them at Hong Kong, and it's with a lot of aggression, of course. I mean, the way that they're always fighting for top car, even when they're on the CT side of Banana, that's always gonna play against Nerds, who's trying to take that space so desperately. And man, G is a guy on a mission on this map. Like, he is going for a different pick every single round he has with the AWP, so Liquid have to be extremely ready for him to just be going for picks towards halls, down mid, helping out with the banana plays. I feel like Liquid, on the other hand, when they're on the CT side, I mean, if Elige is going to keep playing the way he has, you do have NAF as a safeguard in pit, but you're going to lose A space really quickly if he's just sending it.
I'm also worried on behalf of Team Liquid. Based on what we've seen so far in this matchup, Shuhei is having an all-time low tournament right now, not getting anything done in the fragging department. Again, as you said, he will be backed up, you know, so he can kind of get away with to a degree. Elise cannot. If Elise is not finding his footing, you cannot have two players who are situated two different positions on a map not showing up whatsoever. And I agree with you, despite Tyloo's results on Inferno looking lackluster, they lost 5 in a row. Last time they won the map was 3.5 months ago, I believe, against Liquid at Frischer. So I mean, realistically speaking, everything is pointing towards Team Liquid, but it's not normal, right? It's not normal that Elise are playing so poor. It's not normal that Shu is having the worst tournament in his career. So that gotta change heading into Inferno.
Well, the chance to turn the tides truly does come now. Otherwise, elimination beckons. It's time to dive on in to Inferno.
One of these teams is going home, the other lives to fight on. It all comes down to this. Inferno as our third and final map tonight. Team Liquid able to bounce back and surprise us on train with one hell of a turnaround, but the Des were just talking about it. Elige a little quiet, someone that will need to stand and deliver here on map 3. Nerves aren't fully gone for Liquid. They'll be opening up on the T side. NAF, Nerds, Ultimate, that's been the trio for Team Liquid in this series. Running into G, teed up with a pop flash. Oh, it's a good flashbang, both blind. G, fantastic start in this pistol round, and he's gonna knock them all down. That leaves Ultimate alone. He's had a sick clutch to his name already, but this is one too far. Spotted by Mercury in with that jiggle. And G comes hunting for number 4. Ultimate will get given one for free. But how much further can he really take this? There's the spot. They know where he is now. Mercury ready to put him down. It's Tyloo securing the pistol. Dominant stuff from G in the apartments.
G is so much fun to watch, and this is what I said coming into the series, right? Tyloo having second highest flash assist in this stage of any team. It's been the elevation of some of these Asian squads of getting more tactical, having better team play, and a lot of that is the utility here. Tyloo, always a lot of fun to watch on Inferno, especially those T-side executes that we'll see in the second half, but they showcase some great util in the pistol to steal Liquid's plan away from them. Hold the floor from under them. Liquid forced by with no bomb plant. A risky move. All pistols have been converted by the winner, despite forces in this series. They're split even across the maps. Can Liquid flip the script?
Let's play out towards long again. They go running into G, but this time it's not as lucrative, just the one. Ultimate Steeg even fires off for a little bit more. So even though we've often had these conversions, this one is in jeopardy. Brutal. Attacker dodging flashes, offers back something. Messiah clawing it back into a 1v1. Ultimate off the bomb, gives that fight away. And it's by thin margins, skinny your teeth, Tyloo able to convert.
Ultimate with hot hands, can't blame him for going for the kills there, right? Having a player out in the open, having a deagle, it's a good chance to win the round, but Liquid would have loved that money, wouldn't they? To go back in for another force buy to keep the pressure on against Tyloo. They're gonna do it regardless. But no rifles, just pistols, throwing themselves at Tyloo right now to see if they can break down this CT side. 4 rifles in play, it's hardly a week by for the Chinese squad. Liquid runner, Mark right up banana.
Flash in for JamYoung, but Nerds is ahead of it.
Gotta go. Where's the smoke?
No one gets it in, and so they lose the initiative. Might be left down to the mid-round now. You know you've shuffled the defense around, but they don't have any map control anywhere else. If they do decide to try and go back, it means re-clearing everything.
You wonder if they regret letting Tyloo rotate a second player into this bomb site at this point. It was pretty clear it wasn't a 3-man setup from Liquid, so they're going to stall it out. I hope Tyloo overthink, but 2-man holding this site with a flash ready from the captain and 2 rifles. There's no guarantee here for Liquid. Util clears positions.
Oh, that's a crazy shot to open. Not how you want it. Lose Nerds, your top performer. Mercury farms on the remainders, and it's only Ultimate left. Now he has been successful in these clutches, always down to make him interesting. Hunting Messiah at the back of the site. Deeg strikes for 1. Oh, and another! Ultimate. 3 kills deep. Oh, just shy of that final killing blow. It's another swing and a miss, but boy, does he know how to make him exciting.
God, this game is a roller coaster right now. Will Liquid buy again? That's the question. Another 1v1 picked up by Tyloo back to back to stop the clutch. And Liquid are just goaded into risking their entire economy round on and round again. 2 AKs this time. Liquid's first rifles of the map, and it's far from a pretty buy.
I mean, look, you're chasing the dragon right now. The idea that you can reset Tyloo very early in this game, and that's going to springboard you up, but that only comes into play if you actually do it. You have to win one of these rounds.
I just need one more kill, man.
G dead to open things up. Good pick for NAF-FLY over towards the apartments.
But we've been here before. Smart from Tyloo to get these guns out of play. They know Liquid's economy is busted. JamYoung too far away to get that M4 though. It's just about removing it from Liquid. Do look to pop out middle. 3-man hold here for Tyloo. Ahead
Might
of the
not be
smoke.
ready for that either, especially not with an earlier pick on a G.
It's a good setup.
They're playing ahead of this flash dodge. They actually try and swing out into mid, and that gives kills away.
Wow.
Mercury is a man against it all right now as Liquid set their sights on this A site. Mercury is the only bastion of resistance, comes out with a double. In a normal round, that would be fairly solid from your A site player, but with him there alone, JamYoung moving in on an MP9, this should be an unwinnable 1v3 clutch. Just gonna look for a gun out here in mid, and with Aleksib providing cover, providing overwatch, JamYoung meant to walk to his death there.
The health will decide it at least. But if only he knew how low Liquid were, temptation maybe ensues. However, Tyloo losing all these guns in previous rounds now puts them in the position Liquid were waiting for. Tyloo on notice.
There's a good chance that Liquid are getting out of there. They were all so low, and on Inferno, that does make me nervous.
They're fine. They
Not
won't
put
find
enough
him
distance between them and that bomb.
Whew. A mad dash at the beginning of this map as Liquid just tried to hunt the economy breaking round. They've finally done it. You just don't feel like you can get comfortable at any point in this game here with what Tyloo have given you. Mercury, eye test is fantastic. Back to his ancient form, hitting some stunning shots in this map already. After going for a 0-kill half on train. It's a welcome return here from the captain of Tyloo. He's got an A4 in this round. Nice to see JamYoung just drop that rifle over, who has not been himself today either. JamYoung, far weaker performance than we expect from him, really. Being the star of this squad. But his captain keeps control of this game here. Tyloo run a tight ship, 4 strong on this site.
Aleksib walking out. Good opener, but there should be this trade. Messiah going to guarantee it. NAF in hot water. Has to steal himself away. Now this is good info for Liquid at least. They've seen a lot of bodies over here towards the A site. A clash in the apartments, and NAF, safe pair of hands as always. Maintains this advantage for Liquid. Keeps the pressure on Tyloo. Leaves the back door open and actually swings it. They could just rotate round now with the bomb. Tyloo out of position. And a round that NAF has guaranteed for Team Liquid.
Out of nowhere, great double from NAF. Through the smoke as well. Finds both players in the A-bomb site. And Tyloo can't do a thing about it. The door opened for the bomb to walk on in. And Tyloo blocked B at the perfect time to stop Liquid from speeding up. Makes no difference. Barely saving weapons. This is Liquid's dream run right now. These high-risk force buys that you see teams attempt sometimes. It can send you 0-5, 0-6 down. It's done the opposite here. Liquid putting Tyloo now on full eco after round number 5.
job. Nice space taking on 80.
Looking like it's going to slot into place here for Liquid at the start of this game.
Tyloo's last win on Inferno. Coming up against Liquid.
It's in a series they lost.
Side of that, it's a 5-loss streak, but it is versus top-tier opposition. And every one of those games coming fairly close. Most recently, you'll remember the 11-13 loss to Vitality out in Hong Kong.
That hurt, man. Some crazy 2v5 pulled off Vitality in the B-bomb site over Tyloo in the final round.
It's one where Tyloo have certainly had a lot of reps and been able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best squads.
Well, hey, you learn from your losses, don't you? You want to have Liquid. Tyloo have certainly had far worse season than Liquid. Multiple last place finishes, bottom barrel exits. Yet still bringing in confident gameplay into this major, despite their losses. Really strong starts, often struggle to close.
Terrorists win.
But moments of individual brilliance, and that's what they're going to need here to drag them through a map of Inferno that is all that decides who plays on into those 2-2 matches tomorrow. 6 teams and 3 spots up for grabs in stage 3, with the top 8 teams in the world already waiting. It's that or it's elimination here and now after a grueling 3-map series. Coach Zoking played a major himself. The Vichy Flash. One of the most exciting Chinese teams we ever had. Tyloo, a name synonymous with Chinese Counter-Strike. Look to keep their name in the history books here in Budapest.
Pop flash set up in a banana. They're going to try and fight this. A Liquid ready for a Hail Mary. Out of Tyloo, chasing Nerds. They bypass Shui. He's ended up between enemy lines, and JamYoung able to keep this one even with a double kill out through banana. Liquid, they're going to try and go out through the apartments. They're going into a double setup here. Attacker dead straight away. It falls to Mercury again. They demand more from their captain. G here on a good timing at least. Gets around early. Gonna try and give this a go. Walks it in. Oh, G! Beautiful transfer. That one's on rails for him. And there's something about for a guy that's known for being so verbose, so outlandish inside of this Tyloo squad, how cold he is in these clutches whenever he gets them.
Seizes the moment there, does G. Here's the steps, and he knows if I'm going to win this round, it's not after Liquid set up in a post bomb when they've picked their positions and their angles. I have to catch them by surprise.
Just such a sick way to maintain this lead, try to slow the roll of Liquid. Tyloo might have had some issues with closing out games, but they're playing a confident one right now. It's a lot about aggression. It's harassing Liquid. It's getting in their face. Again, they limit test over towards banana, see exactly what they're capable of. JamYoung and Mosiah playing up towards the front. Re-smoke in. Shui looks like he wants to try and come through, sent in with a flash, but that's an ugly push. One that JamYoung thanks him for.
Yes.
Extends this advantage even further for Tyloo.
There's one thing Tyloo can do, it's spray transfer. We've been seeing it all series long. JamYoung wrestles that back to keep the advantage for Tyloo. 5v3 and 3 strong in this bomb site. With an AWP to boot. Leach tries to use one. That nade might be him. As attacker dunks down. Mercury up close with the MP9. This feels as good as done here for Tyloo. Mercury's just going to swing back in, feeling confident. And further damage might force NAF to save this AWP. Tyloo up to 5 on the CT side. No safety in this save.
I mean, this is on the verge of being a really, really lucrative half for Tyloo, considering how the game starts with it going so, you know, back and forth with the 4 spies from the rip. Liquid tried to set a tone, but Tyloo have muscled through it. If they end up in a winning position on the CT side, that's a huge threat. Ferno plays T-sided. And it's where Tyloo have found most of their success on this map, to no one's surprise. So being in this position where you could take a dominant first half now, Tyloo have got to grab hold of this one. It's only that saved AWP to worry about.
Yeah, Ultimate may as well bait for this AWP, as NAF has armor for the time being. Can give it a go. Wait out that smoke for a banana fight.
AWP's not exactly foreign territory to NAF-FLY.
Jump across perhaps. Oh, G dodges it and gets a bit of a warning sign. You'll take that if you're G, but you'll also need support. 16 health on this B bomb site. An overrun for pistols. Imagine a double AWP in the post spawn. That would suddenly be terrifying. So they start trading out. Messiah with utility pads this bomb site. But Liquid almost feel like they have to go B in this round. They have 1 smoke and they have a bunch of pistols. So through the choke point, Tyloo setting up at the back of the bomb site. A good commitment. So they don't give away the space for free here for Liquid.
And playing on the boost.
There's no molly to disrupt this, so it should be a multi-kill here for Messiah.
Yeah, just hoping he can nail all these pistols, stop it ever becoming a problem. It's when they start flooding you that things could really get out of control. Big test for NAF-FLY as well, right? Who's going to be the guy responsible for trying to get this trade. He'll do it. Oh. Now the pressure's on for JamYoung as the pistols are closing in. JamYoung dead to the ultimate AWP. NAF to open. Ultimate now gets to don his weapon of choice, and Tyloo, a position they did not anticipate being in, have to come together for a retake.
Should not be this clean right now.
G's low from that earlier tag as well, so Elige closing in with just a Glock in the backlines is a pretty big deal. And what a wild type of revenge this would be if G now gets Glocked in this all-important round. It's only Mercury left. 1v2. Liquid looking for a breakthrough here, and Elige provides that cover. From losing to a Glock on map 1 to an important kill, back onto the man who did it. Liquid can suddenly close this half up in a big way.
That's an unbelievable round. It felt like Tyloo would absolutely fine. They made the right rotation and moving the AWP out of the B bomb site. The boost looked good. NAF nailed that trade kill over the top, and they just shuffle the AWP hand to hand. As Liquid get it done with 4 Glocks and an AWP saved. That is a unlikely round win. And one that will leave a mark on Tyloo. Their economy is on the line.
You've got to be giving NAF for his credit. You know, you've got to be giving NAF his credit for his output in this series. Just kind of a bit of an unsung hero, really, but always pulling through in highly impactful moments. Bailed Liquid out of many a rough scenario has NAF in this do or die series.
Yeah, that was only 1 kill, but it just felt like the kill that won the round for Liquid and got them into the bomb site. Oh, Mercury spammed. Uncomfortable are Tyloo, blocked on the long side. It's only one man in the site, and Mercury may feel the need to play here. He's so low, tucks in with a crossfire to the pit. Liquid, a well-placed nade, ripens this round for the taking, and there it is. Low health on these 2-8 players is a big problem.
Oh, there's G barreling through the smoke, though, and this crossfire proves to be very threatening indeed. Nertz is the one ace up their sleeve. The Joker in the deck, out on long, catches one by surprise, but now is to battle forward. Ooh. Another for Nertz. Low health on these two side players. And Ultimate closing in on the AWP. Time's running low. Time's of the essence. Missed shot from the AWP, and that seals their fate. Tyloo able to withstand that 2v5 attempt.
Yeah, nice try for Nertz, but it dies as soon as Ultimate misses that shot. If you can find one, they can trap that player in the bomb site, but shocking that Tyloo on low health on 2 of the 3 players in A are able to put together those first 3 opening kills as easy as they do. Crossfire is strong, Liquid's trading is weak. Spin wants to let them down at times. It's let players back in the clutches. It was difficult in the BO1s, and that's all this match is now. One map to separate survival from elimination.
It's also just rough for Liquid because that round kind of nullifies the impact of NAF's or Hero AWP round, right? Suddenly you're kind of right back to where you were with a chance to lose out on the T side of Inferno. Money hitting a problematic streak now for Team Liquid. Great to have Mercury back in this form for the side of Tyloo. There was a big question about whether or not he could do it, right? It really did fall off the face of the earth from Train.
And it hasn't felt like he's had to cool too much on a macro level, right? There's not really been these like back and forth rotations or fakes out for Liquid. It's just kind of been stick you in your positions and put up kills. And Mercury's delivered on his end. The B-hold's been solid. Tyloo have been taking it again and again. And Liquid have to concede and retake this position once more. It's one gun on Shui.
Yeah, I mean, the way that both teams are kind of playing this is, you know, rounds are won and lost very decisively, often on just one key big fight. And so you're dead on. It hasn't felt super stressful. You haven't been able to guess where Liquid are ending up.
Should be an easy shot for G. Only Galil won't overcommit to it. Liquid should still announce presence, but with one smoke in the round, last time they had this, they just went for B. Still got to push back audacious positions from JamYoung with a good nade, perfectly timed.
I mean, the util from Tyloo has felt really, really strong. Great flashes whenever they try and make their play. The util of Banana has been fantastic at locking Liquid out of this portion of the map. More of it now lobbed in, and the spot for JamYoung on that jump prepares himself for the fights that are coming his way. Elige armed with only a Glock, looking for something better to fight back with, but it won't matter with JamYoung switched on.
Why give him anything? Why kill him before the clock?
Yeah, Shui really wants to die here. And luckily enough, JamYoung wasn't able to get him.
After
they
time?
They peek him after time.
It's the only guarantee they had, so they took him while they had it. It counts. Tyloo, 7 rounds. And Liquid trailing behind now. As like you said, the economic boost off of winning that econ round is negated entirely by losing the follow-up. They don't get to break Tyloo's money. They don't get anything from it. But one more notch on the board.
No, and that's
4 is not enough.
Been the story for Liquid throughout this entire T side, right? They haven't really had any of those gimmies, any of those freebies. They've had to earn every single round they've played for.
Yeah, Tyloo,
and it's made the job really, really hard.
Tyloo haven't really been on eco in this game. Just that one USP round early in the half as Liquid just threw themselves at Tyloo early. And still it ended, 3-0 before Liquid broke in. That's the same if you forced and then eco'd anyway. Nice shot for G. Flank for attacker. He's not made many big moves in this match, but this is one that will not be forgotten about. Liquid any chance of winning this round out of the window, and Attacker's got more to do before the half is over. 8-round CT side for Tyloo poises a difficult comeback to Liquid, but they've got to start somewhere. Tyloo look to eliminate Liquid in this deciding map here in Budapest.
That's G, and he's hyped up because Tyloo just put in a winning shift. 8-4 up on their CT side of Inferno. They now had to head to the comfortable pastures of T side. For Liquid, this is an uphill battle, but that's what they've been faced with all major long, and that's what they'll continue to be faced with, fighting for the final day of play.
Yeah, when Tyloo made a run.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, no, I do it. Yeah, I do it. I want up to 250. Let's fucking go.
All right down mid, Nerds seizes the opportunity, and Aleksib is right by his side. That's more like it for Aleksib. A very quiet series here, despite reliable output in the Liquid jersey prior to today.
It's been an absolutely mad series for clutch attempts. Everyone has been down to give these unlikely rounds a go. And G is no exception to that rule. 1v5 as this pistol round begins.
Interesting that you're even talking about it, but I'm watching. They wouldn't let it happen, Liquid. A 1v5 on Inferno B site.
Oh, God. It should be fine. There's Aleksib playing safety net. Baited in is G. So Liquid, a requirement was that pistol. If they do want to keep this competitive, it's a huge step in the right direction.
Dare I say Aleksib's most impactful round of the series, just because of when it comes in, right? 3 kills to save Nerds' life and to go on to close the clutch here. Aleksib, not been himself today, but redemption is still available here for Liquid in the CT side.
And I like that we saw that little text input from Flashy, what he was saying to the boys heading into this half. When we saw these guys open up, Liquid, when they were getting steamrolled in the BO1s, we could hear him calling for more confidence, calling for more plays, trying to get the gang to believe in themselves and be the initiators. And it kind of felt like Liquid were just ignoring him. They were out of those games. But past that point, we've heard it from Nerds in interviews, we've heard it from the rest of the guys. They're trying to show a far better face, and confidence is a big part part of it. That pistol round embodied confidence. A push down mid, bring in the fight to Tyloo. That's what's going to be required if you want to close this.
Yeah, in Counter-Strike, comebacks are the name of the game right now, right? If you're not believing, if you're tilting, if you're mentally capitulating in a match, you're just not going to cut out. We've seen these teams crumble. We've seen teams like Aurora who feel like tilt out of a match at times cost them their tournament lifeline. Even today, you can win a game off of any scoreline, off of any position, and that's what Liquid have to remind themselves at this point. Because we've all lost a game from any scoreline and any position. So can Liquid put themselves in the other person's shoes? Tyloo. Full eco, up mid. Made quick work of.
And for the ace. And you know, you wish they would let him have it, but... oh, actually, he might have the chance to. Ultimate decides against it.
Play it smart, 30 health, let Nerds clean up. Play the economy. So Liquid sit 2 rounds behind, and Tyloo full buy. And this is when the pressure hits. Because an 8-4 means nothing. Tyloo up for the task.
Yeah, it's these final rounds. Getting them, that's the hard part. Next handful of rounds are both the longest and quickest you'll ever play.
Apps pop, Tyloo classic. Only one flash.
Not offset by it, but unable to contain the spillover. They get through on strong trade work in spite of an Elige double. Plant found, Liquid. Got to weigh up if you want to give this a go. Boost up, but a missed shot from Ultimate. Coming at the worst possible time. He's had a really solid series. That kill would have been the initiator. That could have got the ball rolling instead. Retake crumbles. And Liquid head for the hills, backing away to save these guns. Tyloo, as soon as they bring the rifles out, they'll find success. One step closer to the finish line.
Hearts beating in their chest, I'm sure, but a nice decisive call into that first gun round to remind Liquid that they could, even though the util barely makes a difference. Tyloo find those crucial trades that put them 4 rounds away from eliminating Team Liquid. Flashy calls a timeout. I'm just listening in.
I mean, Tyloo laser focused is demanded because if they find success here, they are sprinting towards the finish line. Liquid all in. They have the AWP for Ultimate. They have rifles on everyone with the exception of Shui. This is where if you want to drag Inferno on, if you really want to stake your claim to belonging in stage 2, this is the round to show it. So quickly, this will start slipping through your fingers. And Tyloo are just grouping. They're playing pack roll ECS to open things up.
Explosive.
No attention at Banana. Straight out in the top mid. Elige slows them with that molly. They've extinguished it. They're coming through. Tyloo, this is a attempt at the knockout blow. Aleksib going to connect one on the spam. Up through short. NAF's getting a bit ruffled down here in the pit. Fades away so he can have support from Shui in at the site, and Aleksib plays this little pocket, but that will let them past. He plays in right behind them. Aleksib with one, wrestling back this round. It's all Aleksib. Great stuff from start to finish, kept the pressure on throughout, and where's that been all series long?
It's here right on time. Big 4-kill round for Aleksib. I love how he does it as well. He throws out a moto smoke for Tyloo, but he uses it against them. Create a pocket, create a window where he can sneak through the double long smoke right behind Tyloo as they execute. He knows the call is a commitment. They are going full send into that bomb site, and he is right behind them the entire way. 4 kills from Aleksib, keeps Liquid to hound down Tyloo.
Oh, Nerds, aggressive out here at Banana. Don't want to lose him early. Shui trying to come in and lend a helping hand, gets brought down low. Nerds holds on. Flashes push them back, but getting out with a 5v4 and a third player rotated over. Liquid can withstand a B hit.
Yeah, they'd love it, in fact. 3 players in the bomb site, but Tyloo know better of it. Trade out their guns. Give Messiah the rifle with Kevlar. And Liquid retake the space. Good grenade. Nerds follows up. Been a heroic series here from Nerds today. Put down a peg by the pistol. They hunt down. Careful, this Tech 9 can take down Shui on low health, but the boost is a perfect remedy. And Team Liquid look to walk it over the line. Can the captain of Tyloo say anything about this round?
He feels really rough that his molly failed there. That could have been the chance to get this bomb planted, and then you're really cooking in the 1-on-3. Instead, he'll stall it out for a moment, but there's no misread for Liquid because NAF already owns Banana. They know what Mercury is trying to do here. This trickery won't work. And now the smokes have faded. He's hoping that they've left. He's hoping he has room and going to attempt this bomb plant in the final few seconds. Smoke out over towards Coffins, but it's the AWP at CT beckoning him in. Ultimate doesn't miss that one, and the gap continues to close.
And Ultimate are just reliable, right? It's not been the conversation around this Polish AWP, right? Flashy when he joined this team, but immediately figured out after a couple of events, and he had just a series of rough tournaments. He's at times been a liability, gone missing in big games, but I think in the major, reliable is the best word for it. Hitting the shots he has to, hitting the easy ones, which is sometimes easier said than done at this level of competition, but he keeps them anti-clutch as Liquid stream back.
Decision to put even more money into this for Tyloo. It's a series of very aggressive purchasing decisions on this T side. And again, they look for the B hit. Once more, Liquid stacked 3 strong on this side of the map.
They're just going to explode. This is Tyloo getting desperate, getting puggy.
In they come. Flash is good. Knocks out that CT player, but Shui there to answer it. 2 quick kills the other way. Nerds suddenly can't play through this, and Spam connects. They needed the smoke open. I don't even know if Nerds wanted that. Bomb has been planted. The death ball of Tyloo finally finds success.
Shocked they win that. Shui gets the opener, but it's 2 quick trades back from Tyloo as Aleksib comes through Coffin's side, and even a jump shot onto the man in the site. Tyloo go out in a blaze and find their 10th round on this T side. A middle finger call to rebuy and rush that B-bomb site. Liquid forced to play the money, save their 3 guns, go again.
I mean, I think one of the most, easiest ways that you see kind of leads like this get away from you is you start to overthink everything. Sometimes you can add too many layers, too many steps, and everything slows to too much of a snail's pace. But it feels like Mercury's trying to avoid all of that by just playing grouped up, 5-man Counter-Strike, keeping it as simple as possible, relying on his XX, relying on their set pieces.
This is something that Tyloo have shown all first half of the year in Europe, right? When they came to Pro League and they exploded through stage 1 and G got a lot of fans on this team. I think, you know, a lot of that was off their Inferno because they had really good A executes, really poppy plays. Strong flashbangs, something we, again, didn't associate with this squad, but Tyloo trust in their executes.
I mean, this represents a pretty solid read from Liquid, anticipating that these relentless B plays have come to an end. And it looked like they were going to be right in that assumption with Tyloo starting with a staging out towards the apartments, but that might be nothing more than a formality. They're taking banana control now as well, keeping their options open in this round.
More than open, they are seizing this gap. Liquid have only one player here, and Nerds has just used a smoke deep. He's got to replenish on the bomb site. Tyloo pull back. And Liquid, even they doubt themselves as they clear middle. This, oh no, the rotation. 3 players back towards B. Tyloo avoided in middle, and the smoke makes that information game an even more difficult one for Liquid. Where will Aleksib go?
Unfortunate timing on the reposition for Ultimate, right? Just as he leaves short, they pop out through middle.
No one's home.
Ultimate trying to take position in the site. First has to deal with Long, and there's no dealing with that from Mercury. Nade on the smoke, Aleksib clawing one back. But it's dire straits here for Team Liquid. A man down, money on the line. They can't justify going for this. Nerds hasn't moved a muscle.
Just a beautifully called game from Mercury on this T side. Some risky moves, absolutely. But as Liquid try and re-clear middle, Tyloo are nowhere to be seen. They pop the smoke on Long. Tyloo are not there. They play the perfect timings to avoid Liquid's info gathering, and Liquid are left with 3 on the wrong side of the map. Mercury not only calls, he leads. Double entry out middle, and Tyloo take 11. It's hard to not get behind this Tyloo team. Such explosive players and such clear rounds. No fakery, no overcomplication, no BS. Tyloo back-to-back bomb explosions storming towards the finish line.
Flashy with his last chance to get involved. Not only are these rounds important, you can see morale dropping in the faces of Liquid as this one has really started to get away from them.
Final chance to catch your breath in what could be the penultimate round of play.
This is the time to really try and elevate your level, play your best rounds yet if you're Liquid, because you're just 2 rounds away from having your time at the major be over. That dream of the reverse sweep taken away from you. You'll have to watch as Tyloo go on a fight on that final day of play.
Liquid feign some aggression at Banana, but then give it up pretty quickly. So Tyloo wastes some utility. It'll take some time clearing these positions. Might cost more Molotovs.
It's just this death ball again. 5 players grouping out towards Banana.
And so you need multi-kills, and really you need Nerds, because Shuey has been a liability in this tournament, and the likelihood is Nerds has to put up a multi-kill or Tyloo are going to win this round.
Don't want him caught with nades out, but it's a contact play for Tyloo. They're really, really close. Nerds able to get gone on in time. Alone in this though, Shuey playing it forward. Double opener out of JamYoung.
Surprise, surprise, Tyloo are here.
And you just don't expect them to call a contact play this late in the game when the pressure's this high.
I don't think we can give enough credit to Mercury on this T side. The calls today have been fantastic. Go back and watch that Ancient. Some of the pops were awesome. Tyloo constantly catching Liquid in the wrong positions. Double AXX on Ancient all over here on T side towards the end. When you're ready for Tyloo to choke this game, they slam B, they slam A, they contact B. They're onto match point. Quick and easy for Tyloo. No doubt in the call. And Liquid's life on the line. 4 rounds from overtime. 4 chances for Tyloo to close.
And it's just been such a concise game plan. The moment you learn where the hit's coming in, you need a multi-kill, you need a big performance. And Liquid just haven't had those to rely on here in map 3. Been a phenomenal series from Nerds, but he's been put under a microscope over here at B with his site partner Shui getting abused. And it really does just start to eliminate options, right? Nerds taking this peak, even spamming through Banana is a massive risk to Liquid at this point in the game, but he feels like he has to be aggressive. You feel like you have to know the object, where Tyloo are looking to end up in these rounds. And anytime you peek, anytime you go looking for that info, you could be giving away the kill that sends you out of the major. That's the pressure they're dealing with. So it's become very passive, very boxed in. Reactive Counter-Strike here from Liquid as Tyloo size up this A bomb site. Re-aggro nades for Liquid to give the illusion that they're retaking middle, but Tyloo know about this. A good time for the gimmick. Mercury gets that boost assembled and has it confirmed. There's no reaction on A. And it feels like they might just swing for the fences here. JamYoung left over towards Bananas, coming back round. Mercury provides the opening as he so often has. Does he have any more? NAF-FLY will deal with that push up towards long. Now you look at Ultimate, who lines up a triple kill to keep Liquid in this. 2 heroic plays. NAF-FLY and Ultimate have secured 1 more round of safety for Liquid.
Yeah, and 1 more chance to breathe as that 1 timeout gets called here from Tyloo. Their momentum broken, the streak comes to a close, and Liquid open up the opportunity once more. Ultimate, what a game in this final map as well. Even though Aleksib has had a raise in this 3rd game, it has been Ultimate laying down round after round.
Counter-terrorists win.
Oh, G burning alive. Brought down low to open this up as he's harassed with the util. Tyloo tried their hand at an opening gimmick, hoping they could force a 5v4 past Team Liquid. And it doesn't pan out. Good stuff from the B hole to keep the start of this round in check. They're being slow on the util as well. They're anticipating a bit of a change of pace out of Tyloo, and I mean, by the time they set their sights on a bomb site, you really need to be able to block. Now, Nerds is in a ballsy position here. Out towards the sandbags. If they clear him, he's dead with nothing done. No clear from Tyloo. Nerds can tear this all away right now. 1 kill found. Shui with assistance. Molly to block and slow the roll of Tyloo, but they're coming through it. They're playing straight through this defensive util out of Liquid. And this is it, the man scramble for the B site.
Boost, no, denied.
Ultimate 20 kills deep. 20 kills deep, leaves it to chance on that no-scope. Nothing connects yet. Shui round the corner. Util to displace him. Plant will be found. Tyloo. Will this be their moment? Shui doesn't seem to think so. G on the board. I mean, this is the guy with all the fanfare. What's he gonna do on the AWP? What wild trick does G have up his sleeve? Crossing in, he'll get cancelled out. Shui on for a hat trick here, an unlikely candidate for the multi-kill. Can they deal with Messiah? Yes, they can. Shui steps up. Shui delivers. And that's his crowning round thus far in the major, without a doubt. That 4K keeps Liquid in contention.
Absolute requirement with Nerds alone committed at the sandbag. Shui buys him time and goes on to win the round. He denies the boost from Ultimate. And thank goodness he does for Team Liquid. Goes on to pick up that post plant. Shut down yet another clutch from Tyloo, and they have had so many in this series. Flashy trying to hone it in, that Tyloo have loved these A hits, these quick mid takes. And Tyloo, in classic fashion, forced buy all the way down. They still field 3 AK-47s. They get back-to-back buys. It's better than an eco. It's 2 chances to swing for the close. G's AWP no more. It's onto the rifles now.
Numbers might not look as pretty for Nerds in this game, but he's still been a real force to be reckoned with just in terms of the moves he makes over at Banana. Again, kind of confirming your suspicions that Tyloo haven't headed towards this half of the map early. Allows Liquid to better prepare themselves for the task ahead, and Flashy's advice was centered around an A play, around a looming A attack from Tyloo. He was right in his read. But now it's down to the individuals. Ultimate blind, good flash to open up. They start to break through. That's when NAF swings for the fences. Mercury dead on the long wrap. This is starting to get problematic. They're pincing now between NAF-FLY and Shui even here to offer up assistance. The crossfire assembled just in time for Team Liquid.
Liquid laughing all the way to the bank right now. They knew it coming. They saw the writing on the wall. Mercury, he was the fly in the ointment. Backstab potential. Backs turned. But transfer for the first time doesn't connect. And Team Liquid frag their way back into this game.
And up until now, you've had bomb plants, you've had that to build on the loss bonus, you've had that to supplement these buys. Out of all the chances Tyloo have had to close it, this is their worst buy yet. At the most important juncture in this game.
And yet, wouldn't it be so Tyloo and so Liquid for this round to come through?
Nerds is burned alive.
Eating a nade in the Molotov. A barbecue in Banana. Tyloo breathe, but they can't breathe easy. 2 men still sit at this B site.
Shui up at the front. Smokes him off, denies that play up through Banana, and that's bought Liquid a few more seconds at least. Gonna try and get the gun out of here. I mean, that is a risky move. But just anticipating that Tyloo are feeling flustered, feeling shaken themselves, and aren't going to leave it to a smoke push in the final round of regulation.
Tyloo want to wait this smoke out. They have so much util. They want to execute. So Liquid even fighting for this position in Banana gives them some hope. It gives them a chance to massacre Tyloo before any util comes through. Decide to give it up. Tyloo announced presence. Will they just storm into this site?
Oh, they're playing quick all right. JamYoung in front of the pack. Aleksib full blind. He's the guy that's supposed to have this one on rails for Team Liquid. They team up as the third piece, and Tyloo look none the wiser. G, 1v4, and the backstabbing from NAF-FLY seals their fate. We're running it back in OT.
We keep going, don't we? Liquid from a 4v5, losing their best B-hole player, and still they managed to maintain. Aleksib getting stuck in backside, and Tyloo maybe jumped the gun in that one. Just trying to once again use pace to their advantage. Didn't set up an execute. didn't use their full nades. And if anything, that missed smoke for Liquid did them favors. Blinded Tyloo on entrance, and overtime required here in this final map. Elite, what a redemption, what a recovery in this series. He was having a rough game, the 3K in the pistol, and he's kept going.
I mean, you certainly see the pressure getting to Tyloo, and you see for Liquid the veterancy on some of these players shining through on the attempt of this clawback. This is a Liquid whose legacy was always about choking big leads, but this Liquid needs to have staying power if they want to survive to that next stage of the major. Fast play out into the A side. Trades go either which way, but with Shuey quelled down in the pit, Tyloo will break through. 3v2 in the post plant. There should be no way back into this for Liquid. It's a big risk to even size this one up, really. Money can be very punishing on the CT side in overtime. But they look like they want to give this a try. Bit of util lobbed in, leaving it really, really late. They're still hanging around. They're still looking interested. But if you lose everything here, it's a super costly round. Nerds wrestles a kill back, but so much time has elapsed. Surely not. Surely not. JamYoung's there to stop him.
Breathing relief here, JamYoung. Huge 3 kills. Clinical entries for Tyloo, who go back to what worked. These fast short takes into overtime. And yeah, you're right, Harry, because 10K, MR3, it's dangerous to go for these kind of rounds, especially on a map like Inferno, a man down. It will cost Liquid if they lose this round.
I mean, look, like, because it's Inferno, you can always rely on a save eventually, but it just means, you know, that was kind of the risky round you put it on. If you end up in a 2-on-3 here, you can't give that a go again.
Oh, geez, waiting, blinded, Nerds nails the shot. It's an important flashbang for Liquid to find that 5v4.
More damage. Nerds has continued this aggressive tear out towards Banana. You live and die on that sword, but more often than not, he's felt good for it.
A good call here for Liquid. No, it's just putting a lot of harassment down. Banana has freed up a Liege and Shuey on this long side to fight together through the smoke, both spamming. Tyloo know they're walking into a trap, but they're too far committed. There is nowhere to go but forward. Smoke decides against it. JamYoung bomb in middle, dead and done. This round going nowhere for Tyloo, and any economical worries put to the wayside as Liquid draw up. Messiah creeping in.
Yeah, has a 1v1 on ultimate, but when he goes back to try and get the bomb, he's in for a shock. He's in for a really nasty surprise. He also just can't wait here forever. Not going to get that kill anyway. Ultimate switched on with his AWP. And so the big threat, the real worst case scenario of losing 2 CT rounds back-to-back, dodged by Team Liquid. And it starts with this clear. Nerds has seen that trick before. He's faced off against G in that position once already. Bringing back old tricks. It's going to take more than that to get past Nerds on these banana holds.
Oh, the nades are brutal. Liquid return the favor. Blanket fire, back up Banana. Tyloo get this space. Shuey's been under the microscope with his 2 worst major maps ever. Has definitely held his side of the bargain on this B bomb site, forcing Tyloo yet again into another execute. Is this a commitment? Tyloo have not been faking in this T side. They have been pretty clear and pretty concise. Smoke goes over on the B side, but Tyloo, we know where they're going. The Liquid.
I mean, it's an attempt to use the fact that you've been playing Deathball against Liquid this entire time. You're trying to use that against them now in the final T-side round of OT. But through this smoke, into NAF, he's good for 2. Aleksib gets back in time. Team Liquid on to win out the half.
Not yet.
Messiah reclaws 1. In comes Aleksib, and he's going to leave it just on G. Brought down low by the molly. Will have a plant, sure, but then the challenge begins. They're closing in on him. And he's going to be flawless in every one of these fights. G shut down. Team Liquid with 2 in a row.
Tyloo hit the wall here in this T-side. They had some beautiful cooled rounds, but they're just sticking to their guns. And Liquid are finding so many multi-kills in defense of their bomb sites. Aleksib with 3 in this one. NAF's had some multis. Nertz and Shui solid on that B bomb site, and Tyloo back to the defense. Can they hold their nerve? Can they slow it down? As Team Liquid take the lead into overtime. This was a Team Liquid down 8-12 in regulation. And I don't even want to call it a choke from Tyloo, as I want to call it resilience from Team Liquid to be in this place.
You know, it's exactly what you need when you're in their position, when you start the major O2 down. If you do want the reverse sweep, you have to be resilient. And that is not a word you've always attributed to Liquid.
Far from it.
But it's in overtime. It's as the games drag on. It's as everything closes up and every round really starts to matter. That's where these veteran players, proven players, the likes of Aleksib, NAF-FLY, Nertz, that's where they're meant to do their best work. Shui as well, even on his redemption arm. JamYoung bringing some heat to open up on the CT side.
And Tyloo won't slow it down.
Still, A site's under-defended. Windows open for Team Liquid to move into a 4v2. It's closing quickly though, closing rapidly. Missed shot from G down here in the pit, only lands the tag. Makes up for it the second time around. G burning alive, but he's got support. Mercury with the cover. Ultimate, that molly's gonna claim G's life after the fact. Low on health, but room to get this bomb planted. You saw G in this exact same spot. Last time Ultimate was 1v3 with low health, though we all remember what happened. So a tip of the hat to him in this clutch attempt. Awkward smoke down on long, and they're not going to repeat mistakes of old. They don't give Ultimate a free fight. Bomb now planted, back turned, only the tag. But they're closing in from all sides. Tyloo, keep it competitive. Tie game again at 14 all.
What that would have been if there was no missed smoke, if there was no gap there. Chance for Ultimate to make something happen, but Tyloo refused to let another clutch past the keeper. It's been a series defined by clutches, more so from Tyloo than Liquid. And they keep the rounds coming through here on defense. Another stellar hold from Mercury. Complete uncertainty in round 29. It's never been more open.
The feeling of relief that 15 gives you. Oh, Mercury on that swing, supported by G.
Breaks again. The dry orb fights is what G's been waiting for. I thought he saw
coming
NAF.
through, NAF's coming through, and that is a critical miss. G's made up for it. Down to attacker now. Swing from the pit. Support's on its way over. Support's on its way, and attacker gets him down low.
It's not great.
It's left to Tyloo's sensation, JamYoung, full health versus Nertz.
He knows.
Ready for the push on the smoke. This is exactly what Nertz would do, and he holds it. Rewarded for the patience. That clutch doesn't come through. And now Tyloo are left to scrap for another overtime.
I think attacker's kicking himself. That was a round on a silver platter. He's even got his teammate baiting for him. They're blocked in a corner. There's nowhere to go. Attacker only finds one kill. That was the round in the palm of his hand. She even got out with a double against the odds. Nertz is given the clutch. And a shrug of the shoulders. Match point. Elimination dawns for Tyloo. All of this fight, perhaps in vain if Liquid get their way.
Tyloo called this pause. They feel like they need it, but you know that Flashy appreciates this extra time to weigh in ahead of what could be the final round.
Yeah, and we've heard in a lot from Flashy in this series. I got to say, I've really liked his input. I think he's had some great points. He's brought a lot of, you know, not just supportive coaching, but actual tactical rounds, calling rounds before they happen, reminding players of their roles. Liquid are right here, bringing this back. A game that felt dead in regulation. Now they have a match point.
Yeah, Tyloo had 4 opportunities to close this series and couldn't do it. Team Liquid, they've only got 1. Nothing's been a given in this game. Can Liquid reach out and snatch a very unlikely victory? It's required nerves of steel. And I don't think they pulled it back all this way just to get nervous now. Tyloo are going to have to earn this win.
G on the line. G blind.
Ground gained out towards Banana. NAF in the meantime again doing what he does best, just lurking out towards the apartments, keeping pressure on, keeping the porch light on for Liquid, so if they don't like what they see, they can come back and join him. Even that 1 smoke out in middle with Tyloo playing passive means that the 3-man A stack gets maintained. And so the B hold is just down to these 2 players.
Good execute goes a long way here. You have a bit of util. You have 2 players with full sets, 1 Molotov. Everything has to land, including G's AWP.
The one thought going through your head right now is you cannot miss.
Rotate coming in. NAF says he's going to explore first.
Util rolls out. G dodges the first set of flashes, but a missed shot cost him dearly. Nerds with the opening. Now it's all eyes on JamYoung. Got to go above and beyond. They're leaving. They wanted to go and join up with NAF.
What?
Liquid. They've tried to change their mind. There wasn't a lot of time for this anyway, but they've lost the 1 player that had ground. A kill in the right place, and the round is yours. We're running it back in another overtime. Liquid have got to be so quick, so decisive. Ultimate with 2. Blood found. A grasp of victory for Team Liquid. A desperate one, and 2 quick kills have flipped the entire script of this.
An impossibility for Team Liquid. Tyloo's Cyclone tries to tear through this team, but they come up with nothing. A 6-second plant. Liquid on the line, ready to lock in the series victory. Messiah, it's too much. It's too much for 1 man, and Team Liquid take it over the line. 16-14, 3rd map, devastating close for Tyloo, and Team Liquid survive.
Nothing is going to hurt like that for Tyloo. That is a devastating loss. 4 chances to have closed on this map. Liquid get it done in 1. And how many times have you seen teams betrayed by those last-second rotates? Resilience is the name of the game for Team Liquid. No matter the odds, they were able to power through.
They had to get both kills in 1 second. That's exactly what they do. That is not a round Tyloo are going to be forgetting anytime soon. Devastating exit from the tournament after such a well-called T-side, after a Mercury going crazy in this tournament. And Tyloo exit today. Liquid on the reverse sweep from 0-2 down, have to finish what they started tomorrow.
Oh my God, that was an incredible match. I was sitting in the crowd here with all the other people and I was losing my mind watching you guys. I don't want to know how it felt for you. You almost 30 bombed to make you not go double OT, so please just tell me, how is your heart rate right now?
Heart rate is pretty high, I'm not gonna lie, but yeah, it was a very close game. We finished it off. I might have hit some lucky shots, but I'm not mad about it. And yeah, we're really happy.
Ultimate, I don't want to take so long. It's almost midnight. I know you guys are exhausted, but you have shown so much resilience. You didn't have the best start. You personally, also on the first day, didn't play that good, but now you were just incredible across the whole best of 3. So please tell us your personal performance. How do you view that looking back compared to first day?
Yeah, as I mentioned on some interview before, I feel like it was just an off day for the whole team, including myself. And yeah, today wasn't an off day, luckily.
Do you have any friends in the crowd?
Here. Shout out to fucking Polish boys. Thanks for coming, guys.
Thank you so much, Ultimate. I wish you best of luck tomorrow and Polska Górą.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm glad Ultimate's aim was better in the server than it was right there in the interview. Anyway, Liquid do survive. It comes down once again to the final moments in that map. Once again, we said it for the other elimination series, like literally a split-second decision makes all the difference. And Tyloo, man, they're going to be reliving that for so long.
The key to preventing a Liquid choke is do it from behind. If they're ahead, totally different story. Tyloo had their chances in this one, for sure. They're going to be looking back at a couple of these rounds, especially the last one. Nail-biter series, nail-biter last moments in this one. A lot of regret is just filling the Tyloo players, the use of nades, the missed shots. And Liquid, on the other hand, the resolve. That is what is most impressive about this for me, because we saw that they were nervous, they weren't necessarily in it, that they had to motivate themselves through the act of just sheer will, clutches, multi-frags. Individuals got Liquid to the promised land, and then the team got them over the finish line.
That's where I want to give them credit, you know, because you're right. We spoke about Elise having one of the worst performances he had over the course of a series. He stepped up massively on Inferno. Shuhei, having the worst tournament he's ever played, found impact on Inferno, stepped up. So Liquid playing maybe at 50, 60% of whatever they were playing during practice leading into the tournament, and they still found a way to win. Not going to take anything away from them, but Tyloo as well, man. As you said, that last round, that was unbelievable, you know, unlosable. There were even the round before that where Attacker had a multi-kill lineup for it where he couldn't get it going as well. So it's very unfortunate for Tyloo. They kind of had this one in the bank, but at the end of the day, you got to finish the job. Otherwise, at least it's there to pound on you, and he did.
Would you say it is impressive from Liquid or more relieving? So, because it's not like they've qualified for the next stage. They've simply kept their life in.
I'll be brutally honest. There's nothing about this performance that was impressive from Team Liquid. I think the mental resilience was kind of cool to see. You could definitely see the body language of some of the players, that they kept fighting throughout the entirety of the game. You saw Flashy keep taking timeouts, etc., etc. So in that department, that was impressive. The level of gameplay we saw on the server, you better step up tomorrow.
Well, sadly, we do have to bid farewell to a Tyloo, and we're going to throw it on over to James Banks to have our exit interview.
An extremely tough fight for Tyloo, one that was in the palm of their hands, but we will be saying goodbye to them here at the Budapest Major. First of all, G, I can't imagine just how difficult this moment is for you. Can you maybe just explain to everyone what is going through your mind, what you are thinking right now?
I mean, life is a fucking movie, yeah. I want to say sorry about we lose. Sorry.
It's a team game, right? And these losses can come like that. Let's move away from this sad moment for a sec. Let's try and reflect a bit on the year. You obviously lifted a trophy back at Fissure. Your year then after that was some ups and downs throughout. Is there some positives? Is there some things you can take away from this to go into 2026 stronger?
Absolutely. We will be stronger in 2026. I promise.
And I know you're a man who will keep your promises. Just lastly, do you want to say anything to all the fans out there, everyone who supported Tyloo throughout this year, international and back home in China?
感谢这么晚还在看我们比赛的观众，然后支持我们的观众吧。然后
非常抱歉，我们输掉了这场比赛。我也不知道说什么，就我们会在下个赛季变得更强吧。
G, last thing to do, if you can take the Tyloo logo for me.
Just purely gut-wrenching for Tyloo. You can see the emotions just strewn across the team's faces. And G, we know he is an emotional character, quite literally holding back the tears because he was this close to keeping their life here in Budapest.
They would have felt like they won that game. Obviously, they were in a winning position, and it would have been a great result for Tyloo. Obviously, they would not necessarily have qualified for the next stage, but they would have put themselves just one game away from that. I think it's the fashion they're losing right now that hurts the most, but as G also kind of said, and you know what James Banks also was fishing for, they've had a good season, right? Tyloo is back on the map. Tyloo is a team that coming into 2025, not a lot of us anticipated they would do well. In Austin, they were a positive showing, winning a tournament at Fisher. That was a big step in the right direction. Then, sure, they end the year on a bit of a low, but then again, do we really expect Tyloo to be a team that is guaranteed to be part of Stage 3, that is guaranteed to take down a team like Liquid? Not necessarily. So while it does hurt in this very moment, I think they have a lot to be proud of for the season, but right now, of course, it's the loss and the way they lost to Team Liquid that feels a lot.
Walking away with a tournament victory at Fisher is definitely going to be a great mark for them as they move forward into the upcoming year. Definitely have to look back at a couple of the moments, though, and kind of the trend, though, for their players, for their team, because it does seem like I've seen them now to Vitality, to Liquid. They're in these winning positions. They're in pole position to close out versus elite teams, and then there's just a block for them. And then those kinds of things, you can work through that with experience, but what really frustrates me about this is that the guys with experience are not always the ones that are even able to help the younger guys. Usually it's the younger guys like JamYoung and G that you expect to mess up. But honestly, I'm looking at kind of the veteran presence on this team and wondering, what is Attacker bringing? Like that's legitimately the question I have been asking for this team. What is he bringing to this team? Because he's got a 0.5 KD at the end of this. He messed up like late round after late round. Like I can't, it's a sad moment for them, but like that is just, he's been by far their worst player and he's not a caller.
No, that's the thing. I guess we have to question moving forward, does this mark a moment of rebuild, potentially, for Tyloo? Do you think it's that much of a measure that needs to be taken to actually... Sure, you're saying the expectations are incredibly low, but it's the fact that they get so close and they're not able to get it over the line. It's just why this one stings so much more.
100%. I think rebuild is too big of a term to use, Sam. I could see a roster change. I could see a player material if there is a young prospect out there or a player they think would be fit for their team to bring in, then sure. But a rebuild, no. I think they have the foundations laid out there for them. As Mario said, they were in winning position. They already won against Vitality, let's be honest, and then they lost an unlosable clutch. Same could be said here for Team Liquid. They were in a winning position. It felt like they already won the game, and then somehow, some way, they find a way to lose it. So I would rather explore that some more, find out, is it a mental block? Is it, communication that gets hectic? What is it? And then if you do want to do anything, then maybe change one, maximum two players. I don't think you should build or
just one. Foundation. Personally, it's just one.
Just
for me.
one, yeah.
I've already said my piece on him, but I think that I've looked at this team and seen great moments from practically everybody else. Seriously, I think JamYoung is a fantastic opener. If he could speak English, this dude would be on a European top 15 team easily. I think Mercury overperformed as an in-game leader with no doubt in my mind. G, maybe obviously you remember the misses, but there were a lot of hits throughout this whole season for him. And then Mosea, I also feel like probably the most underrated piece on this entire roster, just kind of fills in so many different just glue guy moments for the team. I'm just looking at one name. I'm purely looking at one name when it comes to Tyloo and what they need to change.
And looking at one team moving forward, that is indeed going to be Liquid. We will have to wait and see how the B stream match wraps up. Just taking a quick look, and that is looking 11-3 for Bait. So obviously loser will then potentially face one of the teams that we've seen surviving here today. What are the odds you think Liquid can actually make it through here in Budapest?
I don't think they're going to be, if you really actually just assess their level of play today in the stage so far, I wouldn't really have them as the favorites versus anybody, legitimately. I think that the loser of Bait 3D Max probably has already looked like the better overall team. Astralis maybe they haven't had the best form themselves, so that would be a great decider between the two of them. But a couple of the other teams, they've proven through stage 1 or through stage 2 that they can reach a pretty high level of play. So Liquid, I mean, it's a little bit worse than a coin flip for me right now.
I don't know what it is with me, but I'm naive when it comes to Team Liquid. I think they've played horrible so far, and I don't think they've hit the mark at all. I think what we saw here versus Tyloo as well was probably them playing at 50, 60, 70% at what they can. And I have this feeling that at some point they're going to turn up. You know, at some point, Elise and Shuhei are not going to have all-time horrible series both at the same time. So I have this feeling that Liquid will find a way in them to maybe play at 80% and 90% tomorrow, and I think that's enough, you know, depending on who they play against. So I wouldn't count out Team Liquid just yet. It's still a team with an awful lot of talent. They just need to get it together.
Well, these are the results we can see thus far for day 3 of stage number 2. Of course, B stream, that's still going on, so if you want to head on over there, it's Alex and Chad guiding you through the final game of today. Winner will be advancing from that one. Loser will have another shot moving into tomorrow. Just biggest surprise out of these, Maui, what would you say for us?
Has to be Astralis Aurora, with zero semblance of doubt. I mean, Aurora, clearly a top 10 team coming into this event. Now, if my calculations are correct, the only top 10 team to not be participating in stage 3 off of the back of another just masterclass, or disaster class, I should say, in terms of how they close things out in that series.
In isolation, sure, but the fact that Imperial have now made it into stage 3, a team that was in conversation for many, including myself, to be an 0-3 team, a team that didn't necessarily look too strong in stage 1. I know in isolation, them winning the game today is maybe not the biggest of big surprise, but the fact of the matter is that they qualified as one of the first teams outside of the 3-0s, and I think that's a surprise to me.
How are you feeling about M80? For tomorrow, do you feel hopeful? Does it really depend on who they draw?
They should have won against Imperial, shouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. They have a little bit of the choke in them also, but if they play a team like Liquid, everything I've seen for the past month has been better for M80. I'm not even exaggerating, but something happens when American players are in the server, they load up against Team Liquid, they play 20% worse because they know this is the marquee matchup, this is where they can take the crown, you know, take the reins, control America, but it's never really that easy, is it?
Well, something will indeed happen, but we're going to have to wait until tomorrow to find out exactly how that is going to go down. Thank you so much for joining us. Join us tomorrow, same time, same place, for the culmination of Stage 2 here at StarLadder Budapest.